Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols a-blazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Have Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. After the Mexican War, the great Southwest Territory was ceded by Spain to the United States. But the peace treaty that closed the war brought no peace to the border. For generations, the Spaniards south of the Rio Grande and the Texans to the north remained enemies. It was the masked rider of the plains who finally made friendship possible between them. Outlaws from Texas who raided the Mexican haciendas and bandits from Mexico who rustled Texas cattle caused most of the trouble. And when the masked man brought them to justice, the way was open for a better understanding between the honest men of both countries. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading south for the Rio Grande. Outlaws are near the border. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The Rancho Sanchez property of old Don Diego Sanchez was famous for the splendid horses it raised. Horses, however, which were inevitably a temptation to rustlers. At the time our story opens, Don Diego's animals had been disappearing a dozen or so at a time for more than a month. To prevent more being stolen and to catch the thieves, he called his son Antonio and several of his men together. We see them now in front of Don Diego's home.
Pablo.
Si, senor.
Tonight, Pablo, with men of your choosing, you will ride to the west. There you will keep watch over all that part of the rancho which lies between the Rio Blanco and the Rio Grande.
I will do so, senor.
If you discover the thieves, you will send one of your men to me with the alarm. You and the others will attempt to hold them. You understand?
Si.
Then go at once. Choose what men you will.
Senor, no horses will be stolen where me, Pablo, keep watch. That I swear. Adios.
Jose,
You have orders from me, senor.
you'll keep watch over our boundaries to the south. I give you the same orders I've given Pablo. Be on your way.
I go, senor.
And you, Manuel, the boundaries to the east I entrust to you. Take a dozen men and be gone, and let no thief get by you.
They will not, senor.
And me, father?
Same, my son. To you I give the hardest task of all. You will guard our boundaries to the north, where the gringos are.
Father,
There are better men than I am for that. Men who know the country.
And it is time you learned it. Or have you gone soft while you've been to school with the Yankees?
Oh, that is not true.
I've been wondering.
Yes?
I sent you far to the east to school because I could not then afford to send you to the old country where I and my father before me were taught. But perhaps it was a mistake.
A mistake?
I never thought a Sanchez would learn to like the gringos. But you have done so.
Father, there are many fine men among them.
All gringos are cowards and thieves. They've stolen our land, our home, our cattle, our horses.
They have outlaws, Father. But so have we among our people.
That is different.
But is it?
My son, you say you do not wish to keep guard. Is it because the thieves might be men from the north?
No.
Someday the time will come when all this land of ours, this hacienda, will be yours. But first you must prove you deserve it.
I only ask, Father, that tonight you do not send me.
You will go.
But
I said you will go.
Yes, Father.
And if a horse is stolen while you keep guard, you will answer for it the same as any other.
I leave now, Father.
Adios, my son.
Adios.
But that night, in spite of old Don Diego's precautions, a band of men crossed the Rio Grande where it was shallow and rode to the boundary of the Diego hacienda. A solitary horseman was standing guard.
Is that him, Dirk?
Sure it is. Hey, Tony!
Dirk?
Who else do you expect?
You are up.
Pull up, fellas! And don't you go to calling names, young fella. It'd pay you to treat us real polite.
I'd like nothing better
Sure, I savvy, than to drill me. But try that on just once, mister, and that old man of yours that thinks he's so high and mighty is liable to learn something about you he wouldn't like.
I don't know. Maybe I should have told him.
You got hitched to Molly Gardner while you and her were both going to school at the same time? He'd hit the ceiling so hard he'd go through it.
He might take it all right.
Look here, Tony. There ain't a man among us your Paul likes, good or bad. But the one he hates most is Molly's Paul.
Yes.
And if he even suspicioned the two of you was hitched, he'd kick you out of the family so fast your head'd swim.
You came for the horses?
Of course. Whereabouts they at?
Down in that arroyo. But you will have to hurry.
Where's the fellas your pa sent out with you to keep guard?
I got rid of them. Told them to ride toward the crossing. But they'll be coming back soon.
Sam,
Yeah?
take the fellas and round them horses up. Get them across the Rio pronto.
Sure. Come on, fellas. Get up there. Get up.
Dirk,
Yeah?
these are the last horses you are getting.
Huh?
That's what I said. I can't do any more. Stealing from my own father. Just to keep you from talking.
Oh, so that's the way it is, huh? Losing your nerve?
I just can't do any more, Dirk. I can't.
You'd rather your pa was told about things? You'd rather lose this ranch you're going to get sometime? You'd rather take Molly and earn your living punching cows for 40 and pound?
It wouldn't be that bad.
Ah, now look here, don't be a fool. Do like I say and you'll stay on good terms with your pa. Ain't that so?
Yes.
And if you keep working at him, maybe one of these days you'll get him to look at things your way. Maybe you can fix it so he won't be so sore about you getting hitched to Molly.
That's what I've been hoping for.
If you ever get him to agree with you, then I'll stand out of your way.
I see.
But if between now you don't do like I say, then by thunder your pa'll learn about you and Molly, and you'll wish you hadn't ever crossed me.
I don't seem to have much choice.
Now you're getting smart. You're blamed right you haven't any choice. Sam, are you coming?
We're all set. You ready?
Get them horses started and I'll be right with you.
We're on our way. Come on, boys.
And Tony,
Yes?
anytime you begin changing your mind again, you recollect what I just told you.
I guess.
The next time I'm wanting horses, I'll be seeing you. Get up there. Get up.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, there. What you find out? I learned more than I'd expected to, Tonto.
That good.
You were right when you suspected that Don Diego's son had something to do with the horse stealing. But I learned that he's helping the outlaws against his will.
How that?
You know Jim Gardner?
Oh, Tonto know him.
Daughter Molly was sent away to school in the East. And while she was there, she must have met Don Diego's son.
Oh,
And now they're married.
not bad.
It is bad, Tonto. It means a dangerous situation. Men like Don Diego are proud, too proud.
That's right.
They think that the Yankees are below them. Don Diego should learn of his son's marriage. It's hard to tell what might happen.
Who steal horse?
Dirk Spade and his gang. Somehow they've learned about the marriage and are using that to make Tony Sanchez follow their orders.
What you do?
I'm not sure yet, Tonto. We'll turn in now and think about it overnight. Then tomorrow we'll see what we can do.
But the masked man was not the only one considering the problem. All night long, young Antonio Sanchez fought a battle between his conscience and fear of his father's anger. In the morning, when he returned to the ranch with his men, he avoided his father. But several hours later, his decision made, he went to Don Diego. At that moment, Jose burst into the house.
Senor,
What is it, Jose?
10 horses have been stolen. 10 of the best.
Diablo. Where?
Right to the north, senor. Then I follow the Rio Grande, and there I see the tracks.
And the tracks?
Lead to the north.
Gringos stole the horses.
I return. I count the horses there, and 10 are gone.
Antonio,
Yes, Father.
that is where you kept guard. You have failed me. Jose, get men. See if you can follow the trail of those gringos. If you find them, get those horses back.
Si, senor. We follow at once.
Oh, last night you stood guard and you saw nothing.
Wait.
The men who work for me for pay protect my property. But my son, my own son, you who should be better than them all, you fail me.
It is my fault.
You admit it?
Listen, I have something to tell you.
What can you have to tell me except that you did not see the thieves?
But I did.
What?
Father, listen to me. Try to understand.
You say you saw the thieves but let them escape? And then you ask me to understand?
But there's more than that.
Yes?
I did something for which you will be very angry.
Go on.
When I was gone, at school, I met someone.
Ah, you met someone. And this someone?
She is...
Caramba! This someone was a woman. A woman of the gringos?
Yes, Father.
Now I understand. She was older than you. You made a fool of yourself. You...
No, not that.
Well, then?
She is the girl you know. I fell in love with her. I still love her. I married her.
You what?
It is so. I've been afraid to tell you. I've been a coward. And because I've been a coward, your horses have been stolen. But I am afraid no longer.
This is too much. I do not understand. You fall in love with the gringo. My horses are stolen. You are afraid. Diablo, of what are you talking?
Father, certain men found out about my marriage. They threatened to tell you if I did not help them take the horses. I have told you I was afraid, and so...
And so you turned thief?
I got nothing for it. It was only to keep you from knowing.
A thief, a Sanchez was married a gringo. Get out!
Father.
Get out! This is your home no longer. I am not your father. You are not my son. I shall forget that you ever have been.
But wait, listen, won't you?
Out!
But...
And if you return, I myself will take the whip to you.
Very well.
Such as you should bear my name.
I have not been a thief, but I have helped thieves. And for that I ask your pardon. But you refused because of my wife. And for that I shall never pardon you.
Leaving the Rancho Sanchez, the young man rode swiftly to his wife's home. We see him with Molly that evening in the Gardner living room.
Your father, he will not be back soon.
He's in town on business. He won't be back till late. Oh, Tony, what are we going to do?
You need not fear. I am your husband, am I not? I shall tell your father we are married, and then you and I shall leave together.
I think Father will look at it reasonably.
Of course.
But your father, he'll make trouble.
Listen, I've kept track of what has been stolen from him. I know what he has lost to the very penny.
But, Tony...
I shall get work. I shall save. And he will be repaid all of it.
But, Tony, you don't understand. It isn't that. It's simply that he'll blame Father for our marriage and...
He can't do that.
But I'm afraid.
There is nothing to fear. We were...
Oh!
Mask!
Don't move.
What?
Tony, you know where Dirk's hideout is?
I do, but
And you?
Tony told me
And, Tony, I'm giving you a warning.
Who are you? What do you want?
Don't go near that hideout. Dirk won't stand for it.
You're one of his men.
Perhaps.
But Tony wouldn't go there.
Would he if he thought Dirk was planning something against Don Diego?
What's that?
I'll just repeat my warning. Don't interfere.
Why, you...
Don't throw your cupboard.
So Dirk found out about the quarrel between my father and me.
What do you think?
And now he knows he can't give me orders anymore.
I won't discuss that.
So he's trying to frighten me. He's probably planning to steal more horses. He's afraid I'll spoil his plans.
I'm just here to tell you what not to do. You've had your warning, and that's enough.
Trying to frighten me, a Sanchez.
But, Tony, you're not going.
I am.
No.
Dirk's a fool. He doesn't understand my people. He ordered me to stay away. If he wanted me there, he couldn't have chosen a surer way to bring me.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. When the Lone Ranger told young Sanchez to stay away from Dirk Spade's hideout, the young man vowed he'd go in spite of the masked man's warning.
But, Tony, they might kill you.
You ask me to stand by while they rob my father? I did that before. But that's in the past now.
Please, listen to me.
There'll be no danger, Molly.
But
I won't let them see me. I'll just go close enough to learn what they're planning.
Oh, Tony, if you'll only listen.
I owe my father this, Molly. Don't try to stop me.
You promised me you'll be careful.
Of course. It's not far. I'll be back before you know it.
Oh, if anything should happen to you.
But what can? Adios.
I'll be waiting for you, Tony.
And I'll be back. Never fear. Steady.
Adios.
I knew I wasn't mistaken in him, Tonto. He's proud like all of his people. When he thought he was threatened, he reacted just as I expected.
Not good.
I didn't tell him that Dirk had told him to stay away. I didn't say that Dirk was really plotting against his father. But he thought I did.
That's plenty clever.
Now it's up to us to see that he comes to no harm, Tonto. Let's get to the horses.
Me watching him.
He'll lead us to the camp.
Yep.
And then I'll have a lot of riding to do, but Silver can make it.
That's right. Get him up, Scout. Hail, Silver! Away!
Young Sanchez approached as closely to the outlaw camp as he dared. Then, finding cover out of range of the glow of the campfire, he tried to overhear the rustlers talk and learn the details of their plot against his father. But although he waited patiently, the subject was not mentioned.
It's funny they don't say anything about it. I've got to find out. What was that? I thought I heard...
You stand up.
What?
He got gun. You stand up.
You sneaked up on me.
No. You walk that way.
You're part of the gang.
You walk.
I'm going.
Here, feller.
What in blazes? It's Tony with the redskin holding a gun on him.
We find this feller back there. Him hear what you say. Me get him.
You? What's that?
Him hide there in grass. Me find him.
He was hiding there, Injun?
So where in thunder did you come from, Redskin?
Me hear about you. Me ride this way.
You heard about it.
Well, I'll be doggone. I'll bet the Injun wanted to join up.
That's right.
But look here, Injun. How'd you find this camp?
Me follow sign.
Trust a redskin to read trail. I'll see about you later. What I want to know is what Tony was doing here.
You know why I came.
Huh?
Or you should know. Sending the masked man to warn me away. You should know I don't frighten that easily.
What's he talking about, boss?
Don't ask me, Limpy.
You claim you didn't send him?
Send who?
The masked man that said you were plotting against my father. The masked man you sent to tell me you wouldn't stand for any interference.
Are you loco?
I suppose you'll claim you weren't planning to steal more horses.
Maybe we was and maybe we wasn't. But what's that got to do with a masked fella we never even heard of?
But I was sure.
Sure of what?
From what he said, I was certain he came from you. That you were planning something.
It sounds mighty funny to me.
I'll be going.
Oh, no, you don't.
But
You'll stay right here, and you will answer some questions. Just how did you savvy where this camp was?
I followed you one night.
Figuring that if the time ever come I didn't have anything on you anymore, you'd know where to send the law after me. Is that it?
No, it wasn't.
Don't lie to me. I happen to know I ain't got nothing on you now. I heard about you and your paw.
Then the masked man did come from you.
I tell you, I don't know anything about a masked hombre. But I do know there's nothing that'd suit you better than to get even with me for making you help steal your paw's horses. And that's just why you come here.
And someday I will get even.
Yeah? Does anyone else know about this camp? Did you ever tell Molly about it?
No.
If you did...
She doesn't know, I tell you.
It'll be blamed unlucky for her if she does. Now you're staying here till I figure out what to do with you. Injun. Seems to me we owe you some thanks for finding the polecat for us.
That all right.
But don't get the idea that because you done us a good turn, we're taking it your own word. Before you join up with our gang, we're going to find out some things about you. And don't you try to get away either. We're guarding the two of you till we find out what's what.
Lone Ranger, watching Tonto enter the outlaws' camp, raced back to the Gardner Ranch where Molly was waiting for her husband to return.
You again.
Your husband refused to take my warning.
How did you know?
And because he refused, right now he's a prisoner in Dirk's camp.
Oh, no.
I hope you'll have the good sense to take my warning. You admitted your husband told you where the camp is. Well, don't try to help him.
The law.
The law can't help you. Sheriff's out of town. By the time you rode there and back, it might be too late.
What are you going to do with him?
It isn't what I'll do with him. It's what Dirk will.
Dirk?
I've said enough. Stay here and you'll stay out of danger. I've told you what's happened to your husband. Don't run the same risk yourself.
Tony, I've got to do something. Father won't be home and it's too far to town.
Come on, Silver!
The masked man, he's gone. Oh, Tony, a prisoner. I've got to help him. My horse is saddled. The masked man won't know. Wait, a gun. There's one on the table. There. Even if I can't help him, I'd rather face it with him than wait alone, knowing he's in danger. Stand still there. Get up there. Get along.
Senor, he's a masked man.
What's that you're shouting, Jose?
I've come to talk to you, Don Diego.
Sacre.
Careful.
Manuel, Jose, Pablo, come here.
Don Diego, those men attack me. Your son may die.
I have no son.
That's your pride talking, Don Diego.
I have
You've
no...
disowned him. You sent him away. And all because of that same foolish, obstinate pride.
I will fix him, Senor.
The next man that draws on me will get the same. Stand back.
You shot the gun from his hand.
You've got to listen to me, Don Diego. Your son is a prisoner of Dirk Spade.
Dirk is a thief.
The same thief who's been stealing your horses. Because Tony thought they were planning another raid on your rancho, he went there to stop them.
That is not true. If they stole my horses, then they are my son's friends.
They aren't his friends.
He helped them steal from me, his father. He married a gringo woman. He is no longer a Sanchez. He has disgraced our name.
Your own words show why he helped them steal. He married the woman he loved. But knowing your blind prejudice, he was afraid to tell you.
Prejudice? All gringos are worthless.
And so, because of your pride and your temper, you'll do nothing to save your son from Dirk?
He is not my son, I tell you. He can go his own way. I have nothing to do with
And if you won't go willingly, you'll go by force.
Please let me go.
Get back! This gun is aimed at your master. Get back or I'll pull the trigger. Now, Don Diego, up with you. Shoot, you fool! Come on, Silver!
We pay for this, senor. My men, they will follow.
They'll follow? Don Diego, that's just what I want them to do. I know Silver. Away!
I've been thinking, Tony.
Yes?
Even if your paw did kick you out, maybe you can still be of some use to me.
You want me to help you?
Well, you could be handy in a lot of ways. And you might do worse than throw in with us.
Why, you...
Now, don't fly off the handle. Just look at it this way. Your paw's all through with you, ain't he?
And what if he is?
Well, you gotta make a living. And we don't do so bad.
I am no outlaw.
You've acted mighty like one at times. Or have you forgot about helping us steal them horses?
You know why I did that. You made me.
Sure, I made you. Now, here's what I was thinking. Your paw's rancho covers a lot of ground, and he's got all kinds of horses. What's more, you know everybody working for him. And most likely you savvy lots of things about them.
What are you getting at?
Just this. Knowing all them things, it'd be a heap easier for you to steal the horses than me. And you'd be able to pick out the best.
You're really asking me to steal from my father?
Made myself clear, didn't I? Now, why don't
Here's my answer.
Grab him. You I'll teach her.
You had that coming, Dirk, and more just like it.
I was going to be easy on you, but now I'll make you wish you'd never been born. Get a hold of him, fellas.
No, let him go.
Molly.
Well, I'll be. So, she didn't know where this hideout was, huh? She got gun.
Don't you dare harm Tony.
You not shoot. Me take gun from you.
Let go that gun.
There. Now me got him. Good work, Injun.
Molly, you should not have come here.
Tony, I had to. You men can't hurt Tony. Let him go. He won't turn you over to the law. I promise you. You have my word. Please don't.
Dirk, what in place are we to do with her?
We've got to get rid of both of them before they tell anybody else about us.
Yeah, and maybe they have already. If they know about this place, maybe a dozen others do, too.
Then we've got to clear out. After we've showed these two what it means to come meddling in our business.
What are you going to do?
You'll see. Grab Tony. I'll take care of him first.
You can't. You can't. Let him go. I'll stay in his place. I'll do anything.
There,
I'll-
Molly. Don't let them frighten you.
Oh, Tony, if they harm you...
They won't.
The masked man.
Surround us.
Over there, the horses they have stolen.
Father.
Don Diego, fight them off. Drill them.
There's a gun covering every man here. Make a break for it, and Don Diego's men will drop you before you can draw.
I give up. Don't shoot. Alaska.
It would give me pleasure to shoot. If you wish to fight.
I ain't putting up no fight.
But, Father, where did you come from? I thought that...
Tony, I think your father understands things better now.
The masked man, he bring me here. He talked to me, but at first I would not listen. But then, when I watched you, my son, and heard...
You heard everything?
Everything. How you refused to help these thieves.
Oh.
And more. This wife of yours tried to protect you.
Because I love your son, Don Diego.
You have the courage of a Sanchez.
You mean...
It will give me pride to welcome her into our family.
But I do not understand. The masked man, he was working for Dirk. And then he brought you here.
I, too, find many things in this I do not understand.
But, Father,
But I am content to thank the masked man for the more important things he taught me to understand in their place. That is enough.
And, Father, if it means you've forgiven me, that you'll welcome my wife, then it's enough for me, too.
Hail, Silver! Away! Come on, Silver, old fellow! Santa is waiting to meet us near Hillsdale. We've got to hurry! Hail, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely. Chester.
Well, how is things up in Salina?
Real peaceful. A town constable's all they need, Chester. I'm not going to recommend the government spend any money up there. Tell me about Dodge, Chester. Anything been happening here the past week?
No, sir, nothing much. One fella got killed last night, but outside of that, it's just been dull as winter.
Oh, who got killed?
Oh, I don't know, some wandering cowboy.
Well, who killed him?
A man called Pate that told me it was self-defense, Mr. Dillon, pure and simple.
Oh, did you see it?
No, sir.
Well, who did?
Well, I believe the only man who saw the whole thing was that gambler, Ben Sissel. He's new here the last few days, been playing cards over at Long Branch.
You don't seem to know a whole lot about it, do you, Chester?
Well, I was just starting to find out when I seen you riding up the street.
Chester, where were you last night?
Well, what with one thing and another, I was pretty busy.
All right, I hope you had a good time.
Oh, I had a fine time. Just fine.
Yeah? Oh, you can put my horse up if you want. I'm going over to the Long Branch.
Yes, sir, I'll come along when I'm through.
I'll wait there for you.
When'd you get back?
Just rode in, Kitty.
Sit down.
Thank you. You've been moving around a lot lately, Kitty. What are you doing in the Long Branch now?
Oh, I've been giving it a try the last few days. I kind of like it. Maybe I'll stay here a while.
Yeah? Kitty.
Huh?
Were you here last night?
You're thinking of the killing we had? Yeah, I was here, Matt.
Oh, did you see it?
Most of it. I was standing there at the bar. Pate and Ben Sissel and that cowboy were at a table in the back. I happened to be looking around for some reason.
Chester heard it was self-defense.
The cowboy drew first, Matt, but I don't know if you could call it self-defense.
Oh, why not?
He wasn't after Pate. He was after Ben Sissel.
What?
He wasn't even looking at Pate, Matt. He was looking at Sissel. But even so, when he started to draw, it was Pate who killed him.
Pate calls that self-defense?
He says he thought the cowboy was drawing on him.
Oh, why did he think so?
Well, he claims they've been arguing all evening about one thing or another. And besides, he said the cowboy knew Sissel wasn't even armed.
Wasn't he?
He never is.
I see. Tell me, Kitty.
Huh?
Is this Pate always around when Ben Sissel is dealing?
He sure is, Matt. Always.
Pretty handy with a gun, is he?
Too handy for an ordinary man.
Yeah, I thought so. Ben Sissel's another crooked gambler using a hired gunman to protect him when he's caught.
I don't know how you can prove it.
Well, I can't prove it, but I can do something about it. Where would I find Ben Sissel now, Kitty, you know?
Yeah, he's standing at the bar over there in a long black coat.
What? Oh, yeah. Good. Now, Kitty, I'm sure glad you were here last night.
I'll be here tonight, too, Matt.
Huh? I do owe you a drink, don't I?
Yeah,
Okay, I'll come by.
anytime.
So long. Ben Sissel?
That's me.
My name is Dillon Sissel. I'm a U.S. Marshal here.
Oh, I thought you were out of town.
I was.
Well, what do you want, Marshal?
Where you from, Sissel? I mean, where's the last place you're from?
Oh, I've been all over, Marshal. You know how gamblers are.
Yeah, I know. Where'd you gamble last?
Why, back east. Why?
I didn't think you'd tell me. How long's Pate been working for you?
Working for me?
Mm-hmm.
What are you trying to say, Marshal?
Well, I'll make it real simple. The way you operate's already led to one killing here, and I'm not going to have any more.
I didn't kill anybody, Marshal. There are plenty of witnesses to that.
Where's Pate, Sissel?
I don't know where he is. Why should I?
I want to talk to him, and I want you with me when I do.
You're getting kind of pushy, Marshal.
Well, I can get a lot worse. I suppose we go outside and wait for a friend who's come in here to meet me, then we'll go talk to Pate. All right, get moving.
This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
This is it. L&M filters. Perfect gift for Christmas, too. Light and mild. L&M filters. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you.
For the filter tip smokers on your Christmas list, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip. King size or regular, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. It's got everything.
Pate's got a room up here, Marshal, but I don't know if he's in.
Well, if he isn't, you start thinking of someplace he might be, huh?
Sure. Sure.
Well, I wouldn't blame him for not being here, Mr. Dillon. This is the poorest hotel in Dodge.
You and I run the poorest hotel in Dodge, Chester.
What? Oh, you mean the jail? Yes, sir, by golly, you're right.
What are you hitting at, Marshal?
I was talking to Chester. Is that the room?
That's it.
All right, knock on the door. Tell him you want to talk to him.
Okay, but you're going to wish I hadn't.
Knock.
Who's that? Ben Sissel.
Oh, Cecil, I was... Who are these two?
This is Marshal Dillon, Pate.
Marshal Dillon. What's he doing here?
We'll come inside and tell you.
Oh, wait a minute,
Get out of
Marshal.
the door.
You come here over that cowboy last night. It's no use. Everybody saw it, knows I killed him in self-defense.
Of course you did. There are plenty of witnesses to that, Marshal.
You're smart, Cecil, but you're a coward. That's why you need a hired gun to help you when you're caught dealing crooked.
You'd better watch what you're saying.
Now, why?
I don't carry a gun, Marshal, but Pate does, and he happens to be a good friend of mine.
Sure. But right now, Pate's gun belt is hanging on that chair over there. You see it?
You blasted fool.
You didn't tell me who was with you when you knocked. What do you expect?
Supposing he had told you, Pate.
I ain't afraid of you, Marshal. But you're armed and I'm not.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Go get his gun belt.
All right, sir.
Pretty brave of you, Marshal. Arresting an unarmed man.
I'm not arresting you, Pete. I wish I could.
And what are you doing?
Chester, unbuckle that belt and hand it to him.
Here you are.
Now put it on, Pete.
Put it on.
Get out of the way, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Well, put it on, I said.
Okay.
All right, you got your gun on now.
Yeah.
Get out of Dodge.
What?
I said get out of Dodge. Right now.
I ain't done nothing, Marshal.
Don't stand there, Pate. Shoot him.
He isn't even going to try to shoot me, Cecil. You don't pay him enough for that kind of work. I'm not some half-drunk cowboy. Am I, Pate?
I got no quarrel with you.
What kind of gunman are you, Pate? Are you afraid of him?
The kind of gunman that can be hired isn't the kind that's going to take any real chances, Cecil.
I said I ain't got no quarrel with you. I don't like this. Let me out of here.
Out of Dodge.
Sure. It's a no-good town anyway.
That door's open.
Marshal is right, Cecil. This job don't pay enough.
Guess you win, Marshal.
You won't find any gunmen here who'll hire out to you now, Cecil, so you might as well learn the deal straight.
I always do, Marshal.
Come on, Chester, let's get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Now, you stay here and think about it for a while. Now, Cecil?
I'm already thinking, Marshal.
Yeah, you sure pulled Cecil's teeth, Mr. Dillon. He's a ruined man.
No. He lost his gun, Chester, but he's still got his head. And I'm wondering how he's going to use it next.
Maybe you should have run him out of Dodge, too.
I'd rather he stayed here. Maybe next time I can arrest him and see him hung like he deserves. It didn't take Pate any longer to leave Dodge than to find his horse and get mounted. Then for the next week, there was no trouble from Ben Cecil. He went on dealing cards. And although everybody was watching him pretty close, nobody found any reason to complain about him. He didn't win much money, but I began to think maybe he'd decided that being honest had some value anyway. Doc and I were talking about him in my office one noon.
A man like Ben Cecil doesn't change, Matt. He's a crook, and he'll always be. He's worse than a crook. He's practically a murderer.
He's also a coward, Doc. That's why I think maybe I got him stopped.
Well, the way you've got him fixed now, in order to stay free, he's got to stay honest. Oh, that must be a hard choice for a man like that.
Hey, Mr. Dillon. Oh, hello, Doc.
Hello, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, I just saw the darndest thing out on the street there.
What, Chester?
Well, sir, who would you say is the last man in Dodge you'd ever expect to start carrying a six-gun?
I am.
Yeah, oh, no. Outside of you, Doc.
Well, I can't think of anybody except Doc who doesn't carry a gun now, Chester.
What about Cooter Smith?
What? Cooter Smith?
If I hadn't saw him, I wouldn't believe it either.
Oh, what's he doing with a gun?
Well, he's just leaning on a post down the street there now, Mr. Dillon.
He shouldn't be allowed to wear a gun, a man like him.
No. Chester, go bring him in here, will you? I'd like to talk to him.
Okay, sir. I'll get him.
Huh. My goodness, things are getting mighty bad around here when even Cooter Smith decides to arm himself, man.
Cooter's pretty harmless, Doc.
Well, you never know, Matt. A man like that can be harmless one day and dangerous the next.
Yeah. Doc, what is the matter with Cooter anyway?
Well, I don't know for sure, Matt, but I examined him once, and it looked to me like he got kicked in the head by a horse at one time. He won't say so for some reason, of course, but, oh, poor fellow. Maybe he doesn't even want to remember that.
Well, whatever it was, it sure made him half simple.
I've seen men worse off.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Here he is, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, hello, Cooter. Oh, come on in.
Yeah. Hello, Cooter.
Hello, Doc. I come here like Chester said, Marshal.
Good, Cooter. I wanted to talk to you.
You never asked me to come here before.
Well, that's because you never wore a gun before, Cooter.
Oh, that's from a job, Marshal.
Your job?
Job of work I got.
Oh. Well, what kind of a job is it?
I don't rightly know yet, Marshal.
Well, can you tell me what you do know? Who hired you?
The fella that give me this gun, he hired me. For an awful lot of money, he said.
Who was that?
Well, I know what he looks like, but I don't remember his last name. Ben something.
Ben Sissel?
That's him. He's going to pay me for wearing this gun.
He is, huh? Did he tell you why, Cooter?
This afternoon.
What?
Well, that's when he's going to tell me everything I got to do. He's going to talk to me some more this afternoon. Sure talks a lot, that fella.
Yeah. Oh, okay, Cooter. Fine. You can go along now. But look, I hope you don't let Sissel talk you into any trouble.
Oh, it ain't that, Marshal. As long as he don't try to make a fool out of me. Sometimes people do. I don't like that.
Yeah, sure. Sure, Cooter.
I think I'll go talk to him now and make sure. Bye.
So long, Cooter.
Forevermore. What in the world do you make of that, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I think maybe Sissel's crazier than Cooter is. And I'm going to be at the Long Branch tonight to make sure.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos, low nicotine tobaccos, L&M tobaccos, light and mild. L&M's got everything, king size or regular. It's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, L&M stands out from all the rest.
Evening, Kitty.
Well, hello, Matt. What are you doing around here so early tonight?
I'm looking for Ben Sissel, Kitty. I don't see him, though.
Well, he ought to be along soon. He's generally here by now. What's Chester doing over there by himself?
He's waiting for Sissel, too.
He must be expecting trouble.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, here it comes.
Yeah?
You won't mind if I get out of the way. See you later, Matt.
Yeah.
Hello, Marshal.
Cecil?
Cooter Smith tells me you were talking to him this morning.
I was.
Well, he'll be here in a minute. You can talk to him some more.
Fine.
I don't know, Marshal. Maybe it won't be so fine.
Oh?
Cooter's not as easygoing as most people seem to think.
He isn't?
No. For example, you tie a gun on him, it kind of changes his whole character. It makes him mean, Marshal. You'd be surprised how mean.
Yeah, I guess I would, Cecil.
You don't believe me? I'll show you. Cooter! Hey, Cooter! Go ahead, Cooter. I told him. Go ahead now.
Marshal?
Yeah, Cooter.
I'm going to draw on you, Marshal.
What?
I'm going to shoot you, and I'm going to kill you.
Oh, now, look, Cooter, you know better than that. Is this what you've been putting into his head, Cecil?
Don't you look at him, Marshal. You look at me. Don't you look at him. Not for a second.
Oh, so that's it, huh? Okay, Cooter. Go ahead. Draw.
I am. I'm going to... You look out, Marshal. I sure
No,
am.
you're not. You haven't got a chance. Watch. There, you see, you're too slow, Cooter. I got my gun out and you haven't even touched yours.
No. I haven't touched mine. Your gun's pointing at me. Ben? Ben?
He's not going to help you, Cooter.
Yes, he is. Of course he is. It's him that's going to shoot you. It's him. Ben, the marshal's going to kill me. You got to shoot him. I can't stand no more. I can't.
Poor devil. Cecil, you ought to be real proud.
I didn't do anything, Marshal. I wasn't going to shoot you. I don't even carry a gun. You know that.
Sure, but Cooter didn't know it. You told him to make me start for my gun, and then you'd shoot me from the side where I couldn't see you. You told him he'd be safe.
That isn't so, Marshal.
What your plan was to make me kill him, huh? Wouldn't look so good for me to kill a man like Cooter, would it? Nobody'd stand still for it. They'd laugh me out of town. That's what you were figuring on, wasn't it?
I had nothing to do with it, Marshal. I wasn't figuring on anything.
You're not as smart as I thought you were. Now, you're leaving town, Cecil. I'll give you an hour. And I hope you take longer. Over here, Chester.
Cecil leave yet, Mr. Dillon?
He's still saddling up in the stable over there. I'll give him about one more minute. Oh, what did Doc say about Cooter?
Oh, Cooter's fine. Doc gave him a Dover's powder. He's real calm now.
Good. Where is he?
I don't know. He left Doc's quite a while ago.
You explained to him what Cecil was trying to do?
Yes, sir. I made it real plain like you told me.
You think he understands now?
Oh, he understands everything, Mr. Dillon. It's funny, but like Doc said, getting scared that bad seems to have helped him think straighter. At least about what happened. He ain't near so fuzzy as usual.
Good. Well, Cecil's time's up. I'm going to that stable now and run him out.
He won't give you no fight, Mr. Dillon.
No, he won't. But I kind of wish he would.
You should have run him out of Dodge a long time ago.
I wanted to catch him, Chester. I wanted to bring him.
Hey, what's that?
Come on.
Look there, Mr. Dillon. It's Cooter. He's done killed Ben Sissel.
All right, drop the gun, Cooter.
I've already dropped it. I ain't gonna shoot no more, Marshal.
You shot him in the head, Mr. Dillon.
He lied to me. He made a fool out of me.
Well, why did you have to kill him, Cooter? I was running him out of Dodge.
Don't you shoot me, Marshal. I wasn't going to shoot you. Honest, I wasn't. I like you. Like Sissel told me, I wasn't doing bad. I wasn't going to shoot you. Sissel was going to shoot you. I like you.
Yeah,
Marshal.
I know that, Cooter. I know that. Now, calm down, will you? I'm not going to hurt you.
You're pointing that gun at me?
No, look. Look. My gun's back in my holster now. Look at it.
I am looking at it. I can't stand that.
No.
No.
Cooter! Cooter!
Well, he's going after him, Mr. Dillon?
That'll scare him even worse. Oh, it's bad enough now.
But he killed a man. He murdered him.
He won't run far. I'll find him when his trial comes up. Now, I've done enough to Cooter for one day.
Boy, it ain't your fault, Mr. Dillon.
No, but that doesn't make me feel any better about it.
Our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You know, I'd like to pass on an idea that will help you with your Christmas shopping. Go down your list and check all the filter tip smokers, and then buy them all gift cartons of L&M's. They'll appreciate it because L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. And L&M sure make a beautiful gift in their handsome holiday carton, king size or regular. L&M, America's best filter tip cigarette.
Of Dodge will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters. This is the CBS Radio Network.
I didn't say you were lying, Johnny. Only the truth often looks different depending on our point of view.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel. Headquarters of a man called Paladin.
An excellent breakfast, Abe boy. My compliments to the chef.
Oh, Hickok, thank you very much.
He's shown great improvement. The coffee is both black and hot. The eggs, perfect.
Oh, not the same chef improving, Mr. Paladin. You, chef.
Oh, who?
Hey, boy.
You.
Mr. Paladin say, the only way to get things done right is do them yourself. He, boy, take advice. Do breakfast himself.
And with splendid results. Thank you, Abe boy. My compliments to you. Now, if you'll clear these dishes away, I have some letters to answer, Abe boy, and I want to be left alone.
Oh, he's on, Mr. Paladin.
Alone, hey boy. Alone and in peace and quiet.
Yes, sir. I go. I'll leave peace and quiet. Oh, somebody at the door.
Well, whoever it is, get rid of them, will you?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk to Mr. Paladin.
Oh, Mr. Paladin says he's not in.
I got to talk to him. It's important.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Paladin very busy.
Listen. Tell him Nellie Watson's boy wants to...
Nellie, what? Hey, boy.
Yes?
Let him in.
But you say...
I know what I said. Now I say let him in.
Oh, most confusing. Please, to enter.
Thank you. Are you Mr. Paladin?
That's right.
I'm Johnny, Nellie Watson's boy.
Yes. Yes, I can see the resemblance.
That's what Mother said to say.
How is your mother?
She's dead, Mr. Paladin.
Oh. I'm sorry.
She always told me, Johnny, if you're ever in trouble, if you ever need anything, you go find Mr. Paladin. So here I am.
Constipation is something people don't talk about much, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting. A medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight.
Had not marred my memory of Nellie Watson, one of those rare individuals you never forget. We had been close friends in Illinois during the years before the war. It was difficult to believe that she was dead, and now this was her son sitting in my room, no longer a child, not yet a man, awkward, uncertain.
And no matter what I do, I don't seem to be able to please him, Mr. Paladin.
Well, stepfathers are like that sometimes, Johnny. Well, fathers, too, I suppose.
It wasn't so bad while Mother was alive, but after she died...
When did she die?
A couple of months ago.
What was the matter with her?
The doctor said consumption. But I think it was a broken heart, Mr. Paladin.
Broken heart?
Yeah, from trying to please him. She tried and tried, but she couldn't. She died, and then I decided to run away.
Johnny, you never solve a problem by running.
Are you saying I should go back?
He's your legal guardian until you're of age.
I don't care. I won't do it. I don't have to.
No, Johnny, you can keep on running if you want to. Lots of people do. Keep on running all their lives.
And you won't help me, huh?
I didn't say that, no. But the only way I can really help you is to take you back to your stepfather where you belong.
Take me back? You'll come with me?
If you want me to.
All right. Then you'll see for yourself. You'll see I'm not lying.
Well, I don't think you are, Johnny. Only the truth often looks different depending on our point of view. Let's go see what your stepfather's point of view is.
The ranch house is just over the next rise, Mr. Paladin.
Nice spread. Your dad homestead all of this?
Yes. Mother had a hard time making it run after he died, until George came.
George?
My stepfather.
Oh.
Mother took him on as foreman. And before he was here a year, he made her marry him.
Made her?
Well, I can't see why she'd want to. He must have forced her. Oh, there's the ranch house down there. Corral's over to the left.
Wait a minute. Seems to be some trouble over there.
Yeah, that's George.
What's he doing? Beating that horse?
Yeah, he threatened to get even with him.
Get even? Why?
Well, that horse sold him a while back. It broke his arm.
Oh, the horse doesn't know why it's being beaten.
I know. That's the way George is.
Come on, Johnny.
Throw me, you ill-tempered, four-legged son.
Wait a minute, mister.
Huh? What are you... Well, it isn't the prodigal son come home. What brought you back?
I didn't want to come back. He made me.
Oh? Who are you?
This here is Mr. Paladin. He was a friend of Mother's.
Ah, dare say.
Long time ago.
Must have been. Don't ever remember hearing her speak of you.
Hey, aren't you afraid you'll turn that horse into a killer?
You already tried to kill me. I'm gentling him.
With a bullwhip?
Now, look here, Paladin, or whatever your name is. This is my property, and it don't pleasure me none to have my actions questioned. Make myself plain?
Yes, quite plain.
Well, now that we understand each other, I suppose I should thank you for bringing the boy back. But I didn't ask you to.
Well, this is his home. He belongs here.
Well, now that you're here, I might as well put you up for the night. Too far to ride into town.
I wouldn't want to put you in any trouble.
No trouble for me. The boy does the cooking.
Help yourself to some more, Mr. Paladin.
No, thanks, Johnny. That was an excellent dinner.
His mother taught him how to cook. Pity he wasn't a girl. Make a good wife for somebody.
All right, George, cut it out.
Don't raise your voice to me, young man.
Well, stop picking on me. You do your own cooking.
You little whelp.
Oh!
Now, you go to your room. Don't let me hear a word out of you for the rest of the evening.
You see what I mean, Mr. Paladin? You see what I mean?
You going? I'll have to take a razor strap to you.
I'll get even with you someday, George. I'll get even with you.
Shut up and get out. Well, there you are. How am I going to make a man out of him?
He's just starting. Give him time.
Time? Time to listen to his complaints and his back talk?
Well, maybe you don't understand him. He's still a boy.
Guess I do as well as the next man. What's your interest in him?
His mother was my friend, remember?
Yeah. Paladin. Had I heard of you?
Maybe.
Yeah, I know. You're a gun, ain't you? A hired gun.
You could say that.
Well, I don't know, and I'm so glad you brought him back. Kind of peaceful while he was gone.
Maybe he would be better off somewhere else.
Yeah. But, Paladin, I'm not making any secret of the fact that I don't like him. I never did.
Nevertheless, you are responsible for him.
Not the way I look at it. Got too big for his britches and walked off the property. Let him stay off.
But this is his ranch, isn't it, legally?
Now, Paladin, what's legal? I work this place. I keep it up. I was his mother's husband. When she died, this place became mine, as far as I'm concerned. No question about that.
Yeah, well, the law might have a different point of view.
You're a smart man, Paladin. Not smart enough to realize that I'm the law when it comes to this ranch. I don't appreciate somebody like you coming around sticking his nose into my affairs. What are you getting out of this, anyway?
Nothing. Nothing more than the satisfaction that Nellie Watson's boy is getting a fair deal.
Look, Paladin, you're a businessman. You work for a price, don't you?
All depends.
Let me hire you.
What for?
Take that kid off my hands for good. I'd be willing to pay whatever you thought was fair.
It's getting late. I'm going to turn in.
Morning, Paladin.
Morning.
You sleep on that offer I made you last night?
I slept on it.
Gonna accept it?
Where's the kid?
Down at the corral, I reckon. He was up before me. There's some scrambled eggs in the skillet. Help yourself.
Thanks.
I asked you if you were going to accept my offer.
I can't understand why you don't want him around, George. He's a big help to you. There's a nice home for him. All you have to do is make up your mind to be nice to the kid. It'd be good for both of you.
I tried to be good to him. Don't work. I've given up.
Morning, Paladin.
Morning, Johnny.
That horse has got a real bad cut on his withers, George.
Don't come crying to me about it.
Well, you did it.
Maybe I did, maybe I didn't.
We saw you take a whip to him.
You shut up or I'll take a whip to you.
Don't quiet, George.
Why, you...
Stand back, you hear? You come one step further and I'll run this bread knife through your ribs.
All right, Johnny, drop it.
No, he's got no call.
I said drop it. Now, sit down and eat your breakfast.
With me.
You too, George.
You're pretty brave with a knife in your hand. But don't think I can't still whip you the way I used to.
The day'll come.
The day'll never come when I can't whip you, because you're yellow clean through.
Yellow.
Sit down. Sit down, Johnny. Eat your breakfast. Well, Johnny, I guess you weren't exaggerating. Guess there's no pleasing him.
No, I told you, didn't I?
The kid's big enough. Let him go out and make his own way in the world.
George doesn't want you here, Johnny. That's clear.
And it's just as clear that I don't want to be here.
Well, then, I guess there's no point insisting that you stay.
You mean it?
Now, if you did, one or the other of you would probably be dead the way you're at each other's throats.
Yeah, I guess that means you'll be going back to San Francisco with Mr. Paladin, huh, kid?
If he don't mind taking me.
Not at all, Johnny.
How soon you figure to get started, Paladin?
Well, there's no reason why we can't pull out this morning.
Now we got everything settled. They're going to be going.
Where are you going?
I got some business in town. Be away most of the day. Reckon you'll be gone by the time I get back.
Probably.
Good. About that offer, Paladin. You'll be hearing from me. So long, kid. Good luck.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Paladin, that's that. Let's go.
No, Johnny, that's not quite that.
What do you mean?
That's exactly what your stepfather wants us to do. He's too eager to get us off the place. He's too eager to get rid of you. He even offered to pay me to take you off his hands.
He did? Why?
I don't know, Johnny, but I think we better find out.
How?
Wait.
Wait?
Yeah. Wait for him to show his hand.
All right. Whatever you say. So I might as well finish cleaning up the breakfast dishes.
You're a funny kid, Johnny.
Funny? How?
Well, you don't find many ranch kids who care whether the dishes are done or not.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it.
Oh, no, of course not. Here, I'll help you.
You don't have to do that.
Makes it go faster.
There used to be some soap in a can on this shelf. I wonder if rocks. Now, what's he keeping rocks in a can over
Let me
the
see one of
sink?
those. Eh, they aren't exactly rocks, Johnny.
Hey, there's a letter in here with them.
Let me see it. Our independent assay verifies your figure of $500 to the ton. Our representative will meet you on the morning of the 24th. That's today. To close the deal.
$500 a ton on this land?
Yeah. Come on, Johnny.
Where?
We're going to leave. Or appear to. I don't imagine George will feel free to show the property until he's sure we've left the premises. So that's just what we'll do.
Aggie, your rug looks like new.
Shampooed it myself right on the floor.
And you said impossible.
That's when I was all tired out with nagging backache.
And muscular aches and pains.
And am I glad I took your tip about that? You said try Doan's pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains, may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable, with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's pills today. To save money, buy Doan's big economy size.
We saddled our horses out in the open so that anyone who might be watching could not help notice our leave-taking. Once out of sight of the ranch, we doubled back through the woods and left the horses tied in some underbrush. We had no difficulty making our way unseen back to the barn where we spent the hot and dusty afternoon waiting. Finally, George and another man pulled up at the corral.
Who's that man with him, Mr. Paladin?
Just keep your voice down.
Well, there she is, Mr. Roberts. She's all yours. Lock, stock, and barrel. Bought and paid for. You'll find some grub in the kitchen, blankets on the bed. Enough for you until your outfit moves in.
All right, come on, Johnny.
There, you going on tonight?
Yes, sir. Ain't aiming to spend another night in that place. You got your land, I've got my money. I'm heading for the lowlands to spend it.
I wouldn't be too sure about that, George.
Paladin, I thought you...
Yeah, I know what you thought. Mr. Roberts, are you in the habit of buying property under false pretenses?
Now, what are you inferring?
That it doesn't belong to this gentleman.
Well, what is the meaning of this?
Look, Mr. Roberts, I'm sure it can all be explained.
I don't think so, George, so just give Mr. Roberts back his money.
Won't somebody explain this to me?
Gladly. George has attempted to dispose of the property of a minor without the minor's consent or knowledge.
But I don't understand.
This young man, Mr. Roberts, this young man is the rightful owner of this property, and I'm sure that he'll be willing to make a satisfactory leasing arrangement with you, but as to an outright sale of this property, I would advise against it.
All right, Paladin, hold it. All of you stay put. I've got his money in my saddlebag, and I don't aim to give it back.
Mr. Paladin, the horse in the corral.
I'm going out of here a rich man. Don't much care if I have to kill all of you on the way.
Look out, George, that horse is coming for you.
What? You black son of Satan!
Mr. Paladin, he shot the horse.
All right, George, drop your gun.
No, you don't.
George?
Is he dead?
Yeah. And the horses, too. Mr. Roberts?
Yes?
As I said before, this young man is the rightful owner of this property. There should be no question about that now. Yes, come in. Well, Miss Wong. Miss Wong, how are you this morning?
Very good. Hey, boy, Charlie, you come back last night.
That's right.
Where's your new son?
My son.
Hey, sir, your son. Hey, boy, say you family man now. He say you have big grown-up son.
Oh. You mean Johnny?
Hey, how you do that? All of a sudden have grow-up child?
Well, it's a part of the inscrutable accident, Miss Wong. Mm-hmm.
Oh. Will you be leaving hotel now? Set up housekeeping?
No, I think not. Johnny will be in the East at school most of the time. He won't need a father. No, Miss Wong, I have no intention of becoming respectable.
Oh, that's nice, Mr.
Oops. Careful, Lucy. Chicken's got to be just the right distance from the charcoal. Yeah, that's got it. Everybody looks good and hungry, don't they? Hand me that French's Worcestershire, Lucy. Yeah. Folks still pestering to get the secret of my barbecue sauce. Gotta admit, never tasted any better. Between you and me, Lucy, the credit's as much French's as mine. There's a combination of 15 spices and other ingredients in French's Worcestershire. All the right things to bring out the flavor in hot or sweet barbecue sauce. French's Worcestershire really sparks it up. Or two, it's made by the French's mustard people. Yeah. All ready now? Boy. Folks, here's a special recipe offer. Get 12 delicious new barbecue sauce recipes. Just write Barbecue Book, Box 56. That's Box 56, Rochester, New York.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by William N. Robeson. Featured in the cast were Ken Lynch and Sam Edwards. And now, here's our star, John Daner.
We of the cast and the production staff of Have Gun Will Travel send our sincere congratulations to the management and staff of KNX Radio, the CBS radio station in Los Angeles, which this week celebrates its 40th anniversary. We're mighty happy KNX is one of the CBS radio stations that carries our program every Sunday. Congratulations and best wishes.
This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok!
Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops!
Today, Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story of the Duquesne Revenge. If you want something good to snack on after school, while you're playing, reading, or looking at television, just dig into that big yellow box of new Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Corn Pops are mighty good any time of day, and good for you, too. So you can eat all you want right out of the box for snacks or out of the bowl with milk. Keep plenty of Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops on hand at your house all the time. Now, let's join Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles. Much of the trouble in the days of the Old West came after the Civil War. Restless soldiers turned to the owl hoot trail. But worse than these were other men who used the young hotheads for their own selfish ends. United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his big deputy Jingles ran right into the middle of just such a situation in the story we call The Duquesne Revenge.
Bill, this is one night I was sure ready to make camp.
Me too, Jingles.
I bet we rode over 50 miles today. That hammer-headed joker's just about pounded me to a pulp.
Wait a minute, partner. What are you doing with that sack?
Well, I got a brand new idea, Bill. I'm going to put these dishes of ours in this sack and then tie the sack in that stream down yonder and let that stream do the dishes while we sleep. Pretty good, huh? Never did like washing dishes anyway.
Partner, if you get any lazier, I'm going to have to put you out to pasture.
Oh, now, Bill, you wouldn't do that. Hey, look, ain't that a fire over there?
Where?
There to the right, across the creek. See the red against the sky?
Sure looks like it. We better go investigate.
Now, Bill, maybe it's just somebody roasting marshmallows.
You know what happens if a fire gets loose in either trees or prairie grass. Now, come on. Whoa, buckshot, whoa, quick, Jingle. Let's take our saddle blankets down and dip them in the creek. Maybe we can beat the fire out before it spreads any farther.
Yeah, and we better hurry. Hey, Bill, here comes somebody else. Maybe they can help us.
Yeah.
Whoa, oh, boy, whoa. Hey, who set this grass on fire?
Never mind that now. Grab that blanket off from under your saddle, dip it in the creek, and give us a hand.
Sure. If we don't get it out, it'll burn clear across my ranch.
Well, then don't stand there, John. Come on and get to work. Woo-wee. That was sure some fight. I thought we'd never make it, huh, Bill?
You're right, partner. Guess we're lucky we got here when we did.
Well, I don't know who you gents are, but I sure want to thank you for saving my property.
I don't know who we are. Well, I can fix that. This here is none other than Wild Bill Hickok, United States Marshal. And I'm his deputy. My name's Jingles.
Hickok and Jingles? Well, I've heard about you for the last 5 years. I'm sure proud to meet you. Mr. Hickok, I'm Chan Thomas. I own this spread.
Glad to meet you, Chan.
Yeah, me too, Mr. Thomas. I sure hope this fire don't mean you got some enemies floating around this neck of the woods. Fire's an awful mean way to get at people.
Well, I don't know anybody who'd do a trick like this to me.
Hey, you, Chan Thomas.
Now, who's that?
Lance Duquesne. Look out for trouble.
So, Thomas, this time I caught you red-handed trying to set fire near my property line. Now I mean to see that you pay for it. Come on, draw.
Bill, he's going for his gun.
Hey, Wranglers, you checked up to see if you got plenty of new Kellogg Sugar Corn Pops at your ranch? That's a mighty good idea, because Kellogg Sugar Corn Pops are an eating treat that can't be beat. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. Hey, yes, sirree. Out of the box like candy and out of the bowl with milk. They're so downright delicious, you just can't help having a wonderful time eating them. So tell Mom to let you gallop down the store first thing tomorrow and load up on those big yellow boxes of new, even sweeter Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops with the pictures of Guy Madison and Andy Devine on front. And now, here's our favorite song.
Yippee! Sugar Pops.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops. Now Sugar Pops, you know are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out, pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops.
Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles, with the help of Chan Thomas, had just finished putting out a fire on the edge of Chan's property when Lance Duquesne rode up and threatened Chan Thomas, accusing him of starting the fire.
You heard me, Chan Thomas. I said draw.
Bill! Lance, you're a stubborn, hard-headed fool.
Go on, draw, I said.
All right, if that's the way you want it.
Hold it, you two hotheads.
You keep out of this, stranger, unless you're hankering for a chest full of lead, too.
All right, both of you, drop those guns.
Where'd those guns come from?
Lance Duquesne, just in case you're getting any fancy ideas of trying to shoot it out with this gent, you'd better think again. This is Wild Bill Hickok.
Hickok? Well, all right. Here's my gun.
Now, that's better. Thank you, Jingles.
Oh, no, I really didn't do nothing at all.
Well, Duquesne, you seem to be spoiling for a fight. Maybe you'd like to talk this over.
There's no talking over to be done. Chan Thomas, I'm going to get you, and you might just well plan on it. Next time, I'm not asking any questions. When I come after you, both guns are going to be smoking.
Well, now, ain't he a nice, pleasant fellow to have around? Why, that young razorback ain't got no more manners than a rattlesnake and a plug have.
Never mind, partner. Chan, what's this all about?
Well, I reckon you get the gist of most of it, Mr. Hickok. Lance come up from Texas after the Civil War and bought this ranch next to mine. I reckon he's got a built-in burr in his craw because he doesn't get along very well with folks around here.
Still feels like everybody's against him, huh?
Yeah, that's about it. And I'm fed up with his blind stubbornness. If he wants to come shoot and let him, I'll be ready for him.
Oh, now, gunplay ain't gonna settle nothing at all.
Jingles is right, Chan.
Oh, but, Bill, that Lance Duquesne means trouble. If he's not stopped, somebody's gonna get hurt.
Looks that way, all right. Does Lance have any friends at all around here, Chan?
Only one he seems to be friendly with is a lawyer in town by the name of Oliver Golden.
Mm-hmm. Well, you go on back to your ranch, Chan. Jingles and I'll go in there first thing in the morning and see if we can talk to Golden. Guess this is it, Jingles.
Not much of a town, is it?
No, it isn't.
Hey, there's Golden Shingle hanging out on the other side of the gambling palace.
Well, that's the man we want to see. Who, Buckshot? Who?
Whoa, Joker. Hey, Bill, that horse next to yours looks familiar.
Yeah, that's Lance Duquesne's horse, Jingles.
I thought so. Now, what do you reckon he's doing in town?
Maybe he came to talk to Golden.
Uh-oh. Bill, here comes Duquesne now.
I saw you two looking at my horse. He come to town to spy on me, Hickok, and I'm calling for a showdown with you right now.
No, Lance.
Now who's horning in?
Lance, boy, don't scratch leather with this gent. Now, you just leave that six-gun in your holster and go on back to the ranch.
I'll leave town when I get good and ready.
Bill, I'm surprised at you. Why do you take that kind of talk from a young whippersnapper like Lance Duquesne?
I figure there's an easier way to settle this trouble, Jingles.
Well, Mr. Hickok, you may be right, but it sure looks bad.
You seem to know my name, mister, but I don't know yours.
I'm Oliver Golden.
Well, Mr. Golden. Just so happens that we came to town to talk to you about young Lance Duquesne.
What's the matter? Has he gotten into trouble again?
Well, he would have if Bill hadn't stopped him.
What happened?
Never mind that. What's the trouble between Lance Duquesne and Chan Thomas?
So that's what it was. Well, step into my office, gents, and we can talk more comfortable.
Bill, as long as we're so close to the cafe, couldn't we stop by for lunch, huh?
Later, Jingles.
Oh.
Here we are, gents. Come right in.
Hey, boss, I was just, Oh, didn't know you had nobody with you.
Hello, Rube. Whatever you've got will have to wait, because these gents want to talk to me.
Hey, Ain't this Wild Bill Hickok?
That's right. It's Wild Bill Hickok, Rube, and his deputy, Jingles. Gents, this is Rube Brant.
Howdy, Rube.
Howdy.
They just had a run-in with Lance Duquesne.
Lance, huh?
Yeah. He's still around town. Why don't you go out and keep your eye on things while I talk to Hickok?
Okay, boss, I'll do just that. I sure will.
Well, Mr. Hickok, Jingles, have a seat.
Well, thanks. I reckon I could rest my weary old bones if this chair is big enough to hold me.
Now, Mr. Golden, what about Duquesne and Thomas?
Yeah, why are they flying at each other like a couple of wildcats?
Well, it's kind of easy to figure when you get down to it. Thomas and Duquesne got the two best ranches in the valley. Duquesne thinks Thomas is trying to run him off, so he keeps picking a fight. Thomas is not one to take it for much longer. I reckon there'll be fireworks there before you know it.
Bill, some Jasper shot at me through the window and knocked my doggone hat off.
Come on, partner, let's get him. Round this way, partner.
Yeah, I hope I catch that bushwhacking Jasper. I'll make him eat that 6-gun.
He shot right through this window.
But I don't see him. You wait till I catch up with that Lance Duquesne. I'll teach him not to go shooting at people.
What makes you think it was Lance Duquesne, Jingles?
Well, who else could it be, Bill? He's gunning for us, and you know it. Just sneaked up by that window and let fly.
Well, you've got to have proof.
Well, then, let's go run him down.
No, not now. I've got another idea.
What's that?
Let's eat lunch.
Huh? Well, now that's what I call a right good idea. Where are we going to eat?
At this cafe right next door.
Oh, yeah, I can see it through the window. Hey, that's right handy for Golden. All he'd have to do is to reach across and get a ham sandwich any time he wanted it. Now, that's the kind of an office I want.
Yeah. If you ate any more, you wouldn't be able to get in the saddle, partner, and you'd have to have an office.
Oh, Bill. Now, what'd you pick this table right by the window for, Bill?
Well, it's right across from Golden's office. I thought maybe Duquesne might come back in there and we could hear what they had to say.
Oh, yeah.
And don't stick your head too far out that window, Jingles. I don't want them to know we're in here.
Oh, just like playing detective, huh, Bill?
Mm-hmm. You might call it that. Now, don't make too much noise eating that soup.
Oh, I won't, Bill. I'll drink it right out of the bowl real quiet like. Hey, look, Bill, through the window of Golden's office. Ain't that Rube Brant going back in there?
Yeah, that's him.
Well, that won't help us much.
Maybe not, but let's listen anyway.
You blundering hammerhead.
Now, boss, I couldn't help it.
What's done's done. I've got a plan. We've got to settle this Thomas Duquesne feud once and for all.
I figure now's the time, huh?
That's right. You get the boys and meet me near the swinging bridge at Coyote Creek after dark tonight. I'll tell you what to do from there.
I got you, boss. They'll be there.
Come on, Jingles, finish your meal. We got work to do.
Now, what do you think of all of a sudden?
Never mind. Just down that pork chop and let's get out of here.
Oh, that's all right, Bill. I'll just take it with me. Come on, let it go.
Now, here's what I want you to do, Jingles. Go find Lance Duquesne. Tell him if he still wants trouble with me, I'll be waiting for him by the big oak tree beyond the red barn north of town.
Bill, you lost your mind? You gonna go out there and sit and wait for him like a blackbird sitting on a pump handle?
Never mind. Just go find him. Tell him what I said. You come with him and don't let anybody see you leave town.
All right, but I sure don't get what you're up to, and I don't like it. I don't like it one little bit. All right, keep riding, Duquesne, right straight north of town.
You big overstuffed buffalo robe, if this is a trap, I'm going to perforate your hide. And Hickok's, too.
Now, that might be a right big job for a little fella like you to tackle.
We'll just see about that.
Well, there's Bill now near the big oak. Don't forget you'd better keep your hands away from that holster until you know what he wants with you. Here he is, Bill. But watch him, he's as prickly as a porcupine.
Hello, Lance.
All right, Hickok, now's the showdown.
Billy's drawn.
You're not trapping me, Hickok.
Billy's getting away.
I'll get him, partner. Up, buckshot. Up, boy. After him. Lance, wait up.
I'm waiting for nothing.
All right, I guess we'll have to do this my way. Get him, buckshot. Come down off of that horse.
No, let it go. Let it go.
Settle down. Settle down, boy. All right. Get back on your horse.
You got him, Bill?
Yep. You got his gun?
Yeah, I got it. Here are the horses. Now what are you going to do?
Yeah, Hickok. Now you got my gun. What are you going to do with me?
Try to show you where you've been wrong. Get on your horse.
Where you take me?
To Chan Thomas's ranch.
Thomas? You take me there without a gun, he'll shoot me down like a mad dog.
I don't think so.
But, Bill,
Let's cut out this joint and get on our way. We've got to get there before sundown. Now, gents, let's all sit down and make ourselves comfortable.
You mean you're keeping Lance Duquesne and me prisoners in my own house, Hickok?
Yeah, Chan, looks that way, don't it?
Chan, where's the swinging bridge on Coyote Creek?
Right in the dividing line between Lance's ranch and mine, about 2 miles from here.
Well, now that it's dark, I figure we won't have long to wait, no?
Ah, so you just might as well be comfortable, gents.
You know, Chan, I've been thinking. You and Lance here got 2 mighty fine ranches. You've got good water on yours, and he's got fine range on his.
What are you getting at, Hickok?
Well, if those 2 spreads were put together, you 2 young fellows went into partnership, you'd have about the finest ranch in the West.
Partnership?
With Chan Thomas? I'd just soon bed down with a Gila monster.
Me too.
Well, no need to get all head up. It was just an idea.
Yeah, Bill, that sounds right good.
What's that?
Hey, Bill, that was shots, and don't that sound like a herd running?
Ah, sure does.
Hey, that's on my ranch. Somebody's rustling my cattle.
It does sound like that, doesn't it, Chan?
Well, don't just sit there, Bill. Let's go get him.
No hurry.
What do you mean, no hurry? Somebody's driving off my cows.
Well, now's the time to ask you a question. If Lance Duquesne wasn't sitting here right now, who would you figure was driving off those cows of yours?
Why, Lance, of course.
What? Why, you know I got a mind to take you apart right now. Accuse me of rustling, I'll break every...
Come on, I've been itching to settle this with you.
Hold it, gents. I said hold it. All right, that's better.
Ooh-wee, sure don't take much to set off a fire between these 2, does it, Bill?
No. Maybe now I can get them to listen to reason.
All right, get on with it. What's your point?
Just what I was talking about. It can't be Lance rustling your cattle because he's sitting here. And Lance, you can see there's trouble being caused without Chan being in on it.
What? Well, then who's after those cattle out there?
That's just what we're going to find out. Take your guns. This may mean a battle. Come on.
Wranglers, while I've been chomping on my Kellogg sugar corn pops here listening to the show, the thought struck me that this picture Andy Devine on the package would sure look fine in a feller's room. Same with the picture Guy Madison on my other box here. Make a nice pair of pictures to put on the wall near your bed or desk. Why don't you get the pair and put them up? Of course, what you'll really go for are the Kellogg sugar corn pops. You'll eat 'em by the handful right out of the box. And say, partner, you never tasted anything so good as sugar corn pops for breakfast. You know, in a bowl with milk. You don't need to sugar 'em. They're already sweetened. Ask Mom to get you a couple of those big yellow packages of Kellogg sugar corn pops real soon. And now, how about a little Kellogg sugar corn pops music?
Yippee! Sugar pops.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg sugar corn pops. Sugar pops are tops. Now sugar pops, you know, are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out. Pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg sugar corn pops. Sugar pops are tops.
Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles were holding Chan Thomas and Lance Duquesne virtual prisoners at Chan's ranch. It was long after dark when Bill heard the sound he expected to hear. Distant gunshots and the thunder of hooves told Bill that now it was time to act. Within minutes, the 4 men were gaining ground on the rustlers and the herd.
All right, pull your horses down now. Ooh, buckshot, easy.
Whoa. Ain't we gonna rush him, Bill? Whoa, Joker, whoa. Just walk now, boy.
Just a minute, Jingles. Let them mill that herd and get it spotted.
What do you mean spotted? It's right in the middle of my ranch now, and he's mixing those cattle with mine.
Yeah, it'll take a week to cut my brand out of Lance's herd.
All right, now, Ooh, Buckshot. Stop your horses. Let's see what they're going to do.
Here they come, Bill. There's 5 of them.
Well, there's 4 of us. That ought to be enough. They can't see us here in these trees. Maybe we'll surprise them.
Yeah, have your guns ready. They may not like being surprised.
Quiet now. Let them get right up to us and wait till I say the word. Then jump them.
Well, boss, that ought to fix him.
Yeah, tomorrow morning there'll be fireworks between Thomas and Duquesne.
Yeah, by tomorrow afternoon you'll be able to take over both these ranches by writing your own ticket.
So that's the plan, huh?
Yeah. All right, get them. Stop where you are, gents, and reach for the stars.
I know that voice. It's Hickok.
Shoot, you fool. Let's get out of here.
Fan out, Jingles. Don't let them get away.
You're not taking me, Hickok.
That's what you think, mister. Now hold on that cayuse.
I got 2 of them, Bill.
I got this one. I got one, too. Now drop that gun, you.
All right. Don't shoot.
Hold it right there, all of you.
See what you got us into, Golden.
Shut up, you fool.
Just let me get a look at the... Golden.
Yeah, Lance, your friend Golden.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Well, gents, I guess that about clears it up.
Golden, you're going to pay for this. You've been leading me around by the nose ever since I got here. Now I'm going to take you apart. Come here, you...
No, Lance, hold it. The law will take care of him. You got other things to think about.
Mr. Hickok, you mean Golden and his gang have been trying to get us to fight it out all this time?
That's right, Chan. Golden told us himself that you and Lance had the best 2 ranches in the valley. He figured to get those ranches real cheap, maybe for nothing.
Yeah, I'd have had him, too, if you hadn't have shown up, Hickok.
Now, ain't that funny? Seems to me I've heard that said before by other polecats just like you.
Well, Jingles, I guess we can take these Mavericks back into town to the sheriff.
Yeah, that's going to be a downright pleasure.
Well, Mr. Hickok, you suggested a while back at my house that me and Lance might do mighty well to put our ranches together. If Lance is agreeable, I say we can be partners.
Well, now, that's a right good idea. Partners it is. Shake, huh?
Good enough. Good luck to you both.
Well, I'll be doggone. Now, ain't that fine? You know, last night you 2 young mavericks were shaking 6 guns under each other's noses, and now you're shaking hands. Bill, if you and me keep making friends out of people like this, there ain't going to be no more trouble in the West, and we're going to be out of a job.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Thanks for being with us today, folks. And Jingles, what's our story about on Friday?
Well, remember that fellow Wild Bill and Jingles chased down into the Badlands? Well, that's it. We meet gunfire and a real tough hombre in Baron of the Badlands. Join us, will you?
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops.
Right. It's a great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Sugar Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you Friday.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Tony Barrett, Frank Gerstle, Curly Bradley, Tyler McVeigh, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce. Story by Larry Hayes. Music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Fridays, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok comes face to face with the Baron of the Badlands. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. And Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal.
In Brazil invites takes you on an unpredictable where every minute waiting. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Broadcasting Company presents Joe McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Sweet Revenge.
It is 6:30 p.m., March 13th, 1944, at the ranch house of Judd Wilkins. It is raining heavily as Judd and Alva Briggs from a neighboring ranch finish their dinner.
Yeah, rain's sure coming down, Judd.
Yep. You're welcome to stay the night here if you want to, Alva.
Oh, no, thanks. I gotta get back to my own place tonight. Told the kid who's been doing my chores over there for the last 3 days I'd meet him in the morning to pay him.
I sure appreciate you helping me and Billings vaccinate the cattle. I'm planning on doing the same for you at your place when you're ready.
I'll be ready in a couple of days, I reckon.
Hey, a wind must have blown open the...
Hello, Judd.
Blake.
Yeah. Hello, Alva.
Hmm.
Well, you don't seem none too happy to see me either, Judd.
Well, no, it's just... It's a big surprise you popping up this way after 2 years, boy. Of course, I'm glad to see you. You're my brother, ain't you?
Oh, yeah, Alva.
Where's Callie?
What?
You heard me, Blake. Where's my daughter?
Well, didn't you hear?
Yeah, what?
Callie and me. We split up, Alva.
Split up?
Yeah, in Dallas. I thought you knew.
You get her to run away with you, and then when you're through with her, you toss her to one side?
Alva, no, that ain't true. That ain't the way of it
Why,
all.
Alva, let go of me.
Cut it out! Alva, cut it out! Take your hands off Blake! Stop me now!
Blake Wilkins, if you wasn't your pa's boy...
Alva, you gotta listen to me.
Just stay away from me from now on, Blake. Stay away or I'll...
Judd?
Yeah?
How come Alva didn't know about Callie and me?
Well, you see, Blake...
I can understand Callie not wanting to write Alva about it, but I wrote here to Pa right after we split up. I told him the whole story in that letter. Callie was just using me to get away from home. She left me as soon as she found somebody else who could do her more good. I told all that in my letter to Pa. He and Alva was friends and neighbors. Now, how come Alva didn't know?
Pa died last month, Blake.
Yeah, I know. That's why I come home, Judd. I ran into a fellow in Lubbock the other day who told me. But Pa wasn't dead when I wrote that letter. I told him I was sorry about everything, that I wanted to come back home if he wanted me to. But I never heard from him, Judd. Why not?
Blake, you're making me say something I don't want to say. Even though you and I are only half-brothers, I've always felt toward you like
What are you getting at, Judd?
Well, hearing about you and Callie splitting up just now makes me feel pretty bad. I guess it's part my fault.
You mean because you encouraged me to run away with her?
Yeah. You come to me asking advice. I told you on the QT I figured you had a right to your own life, but I sure didn't know it was going to turn Pa against you like it did.
Turn him against me? Judd, I want to know what happened to that letter that I wrote Pa.
All right, Blake. Pa wouldn't even open your letter, just threw it away.
He what?
Said he never wanted to see you or hear from you again.
Well, Judd, that just doesn't sound like Pa. He just wouldn't say a thing like that about me.
I know, boy. It's hard to believe. You and he always used to be so close. Of course, you was his own son. I wasn't, so it's natural for things to
Judd,
be that
are
way.
you sure that Pa got my letter?
Why, of course. I just told you, Blake.
All right. What did Pa say in his will?
Well, now, everything's taken care of, Blake.
I want to know how it's taken care of, Judd.
Will's in town, and go in as soon as we can. I'll show it to you. You got a pleasant surprise coming, kid. You know, it's sure going to be good having you home. you come at a good time, too. We need another hand here, and I'm not sure Alva will ever be back to help after tonight. But having you back again, everything's going to be fine from now on.
I'm not so sure.
What do you mean?
Alva, the way he feels about me, I don't like things like that.
Oh. Well, don't you worry about Alva none, Blake. You get over it.
You know, I think I'll take a horse and ride across to Alva's place.
Tonight?
Yeah. See if I can get things straightened out with him. Afterwards, I could stay on at the shack the rest of the night. It's about halfway. That way I'd be out there to lend you a hand in the morning. Is there bedding and food out at the shack?
Yeah, plenty of it. Okay, Blake, if you want to go. But if Alva don't listen to reason, don't you argue with him. And don't be afraid of him. He won't harm you as long as I'm alive and kicking. Yes, sir, Blake. I'll take care of you from now on.
The next morning, Tom Billings, a ranch hand, rode out to the isolated shack on the Wilkins ranch. He discovered the dead body of Blake Wilkins lying in front of the open doorway. Sheriff Hedges was immediately notified and requested help from the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case.
Morning, Jace.
Howdy, Sheriff. Whoa, Charcoal.
Any trouble getting out here?
No, pretty heavy going, though. Must have been some rain last night.
Good thing you didn't try to come out in your car. You'd have been huff deep in mud halfway.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
I've already talked to the half-brother Judd back at the ranch house. He's pretty broken up. But I figured you'd want to look at the scene of the shooting before you did any questioning.
Yeah. You find anything, Sheriff?
Yeah, a couple of things. They left the body right where it was, though. Medical examiner's on his way out.
Whose horse is that in the corral?
I figure it's the one Blake Wilkins rode out here last night. Followed the tracks out here, just one set of them.
Any footprints around?
No, couldn't see any. A lot of gravel, rocks around.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at the body. Lying in front of the open door.
Bullet ended over the right eye. The rain must have washed some of the blood away.
Bullet came out the back of the head, higher up. That means it was traveling in an upward angle.
Yeah, that's right, Jace. Went clear through him and then carried through the shack. Come on inside, I'll show you. You got the bullet here in my pocket. We found it out back. Here it is. What's left of it.
Sure smashed up. I'm afraid it won't help us any.
You take a look at the roof, Jace. Back wall over that shelf of provisions.
Yeah. It's the bullet hole, all right. Let's go back outside. I'd say Blake was just about your height, Sheriff.
Looks like.
I want you to stand here beside the body and hold your hand out at the level of your forehead.
My forehead?
Yeah. That'll represent the approximate height of the bullet when it hit Blake. There, that's it.
What are you backing up for, Jace?
I'm sidelong your hand in the bullet hole in the roof.
I get it. You're trying to figure out where that shot was fired from.
Yeah. And it's leading me straight to this old watering trough. Okay, Sheriff. You can take your hand down.
You figure the killer was hiding behind the watering trough when he shot Blake?
Behind it or in it. Bottom of the trough split. It doesn't hold any water.
Don't see any footprints around.
Whoever it was could have walked on this gravel and rocks over to that gully there. And there's water in the bottom of the gully.
Well, however he did it, he sure covered his tracks. Guess Blake must have heard a noise outside the shack, come outside, and got shot.
Yeah. But I'm wondering what Blake was doing out here at this shack in the first place.
Search me. Didn't even know Blake had come home till I got the report of the shooting this morning. About 2 years ago, he and Callie Briggs from the next ranch over ran off to get married. According to Judd, Blake returned home just last night.
And made a beeline out to this shack in the rain?
Does seem a little peculiar.
Come on, let's ride back to the ranch house and see if Blake's half-brother can throw any light on the matter.
No doubt about it, Jace. That horse at the shack is the one Blake rode out there last night. We backtracked the hoof marks all the way here to the ranch house.
Yeah, just one set of prints, all right.
Well, we thought it was heavy going for our horses this morning. Must have been a lot worse last night from the way those hoof marks of Blake sank down in the mud.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah. Is that the half-brother on the back porch?
Yeah, that's Judd Wilkins.
Howdy, Sheriff. Oh, boy.
Oh, Judd. Yes, this is Ranger Pearson, Judd. He's in charge of the investigation of your brother's murder.
Well, got any line on the killer so far, Ranger?
Not much yet. As I understand it, Judd, your brother'd been away from home about 2 years.
That's right.
When did he get back?
Walked in last night at supper time, about 6:30, I guess. Alva Briggs can verify the time for you. He's having supper with me.
Any reason the time of Blake's return home should need verifying, Judd?
Huh? No, I just figure you want all the facts straight, Ranger.
Yeah. What happened when Blake walked in?
Well, right after Blake walked in, Alva walked out.
Oh? Why?
When Blake told us he and Callie had split up. Seems Alva didn't know anything about it. Neither did I, as a matter of fact, but Alva, being Callie's paw, took it pretty hard. Seemed to hold it against Blake. I guess he thought it was all Blake's fault. Matter of fact, I had to pull him away from Blake's throat.
I see.
Of course, the way Blake explained it to me later, it wasn't his fault at all. But Alva didn't wait for any explanation.
How'd you feel about Blake coming home, Judd?
Well, I reckon the way any brother'd feel. I told him I was glad he's back. It'd be good to have him help me with the ranch.
Judd, there's one thing that's bothering me. Maybe you can throw a little light on it.
Yeah, what is it, Ranger?
How come your brother went out to that line shack the first night he got home?
All right, decided to ride over to Alva's and try to straighten things out with him. He said he'd stay at the shack the rest of the night so as he could give us a hand of the rest of the vaccinations first thing in the morning, so off he rode.
I see. What time was that?
Around 7:30, I guess.
What did you do after that?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, let's see now. Around 9, I sent for my ranch hand, Tom Billings. Told him about Blake being back and also had him help me check some tally sheets. I'd say that was about 10:30 when we got through.
Tom went on back to the bunkhouse?
That's right, sure.
And you?
I turned in.
You didn't leave the ranch house?
Me? No.
Are you sure about that?
Of course I'm sure. What are you getting at, Ranger?
I'm just trying to get at the truth, Wilkins.
Now, wait a minute. You think that maybe I killed Blake?
I'm not thinking anything right now. I'm just asking questions.
I don't like the kind of questions you're asking. Think I'd kill my own brother in cold blood?
Take it easy, Judd.
Look, Ranger. You know who discovered Blake's body? Tom Billings, my own ranch hand. You know how he happened to ride out there this morning? Because I told him to. I wanted to meet Blake and start to work. Now, would I kill Blake and then go out of my way to make sure his body'd be discovered? It'd be pretty stupid, wouldn't it?
Well, Judd, I'll go along with you far enough to say a stupid man wouldn't have done that.
Nah, I didn't kill Blake.
Then you got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, I know. Sorry I lost my temper, Ranger. It's just that a thing like this hits you pretty hard.
Yeah, sure. Where can I find this ranch hand of yours, Tom Billings?
He's waiting for you down at the bunkhouse.
I told him to stick around in case you wanted to question him, Jace.
Good. Let's have a talk with him, Sheriff.
Whoever that skunk is, Ranger, I sure hope you get him.
Thanks.
What do you think, Jace?
About Judd Wilkins?
Yeah.
I don't know, Sheriff. Tells a pretty straightforward story, but listening to it, I somehow got the idea it was a little too straightforward. Almost like he might have been rehearsing it.
Yeah. Sounded like that to me, too.
Well, we'll check up on as much of his story as we can from Tom Billings.
Here's the bunkhouse.
Come on in. Howdy.
Tom Billings?
That's right, Ranger. I've been waiting for you. And Pat's an old pair of jeans. Danged if I'm much of a seamstress, though.
Oh, I don't know. Seems to me I've seen worse-looking patches than that. Billings, you're the one who discovered Blake Wilkins' body this morning, aren't you?
Yeah. Almost lost my breakfast. Pretty bad sight.
Who told you to ride out that way?
Judd. He wanted me to meet Blake and get started with the vaccinations again.
Check so far, Jace.
Yeah. How about last night, Billings? Judd says he called you up to the ranch house.
Yeah, he did. Wanted to tell me about Blake being back and have me help him check some tally sheets.
What time did you go up?
Right around 9 o'clock.
And what time did you come back here?
Oh, about 11:15. The rain had just stopped. I come back here to the bunkhouse and turned in.
And then this morning you rode out to the line shack?
That's right, Ranger.
Okay. I guess that'll be all, Billings. Come on, Sheriff.
Well, one thing sure, Jace. Judd's time last night is accounted for from 9 till about 11:15.
Yeah. Of course, we don't know how much that means until they've completed the autopsy and can tell us the time of death.
Yeah. You know, there's another angle to this case it could probably stand looking into.
I know what you're going to say, Sheriff. Alva Briggs.
Yeah. According to Judd, Alva was pretty mad at Blake last night when he found out Blake and Callie had split up.
We're going to look into that angle right now, Sheriff. Let's take a run over to the Briggs Ranch and have a talk with Alva. See if we can find out just how mad he was at Blake Wilkins.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, Sweet Revenge, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
We drove over to Alva Briggs' ranch. We could see from a distance that his car wasn't in the shed. Then as we got closer, we noticed a kid sitting on the front porch. Who's that kid over there?
Don't know, Jace. Morning. Looking for Alva Briggs.
Oh, I too am looking for Senor Briggs, Sheriff.
What do you mean?
Well, he's nowhere around. He told me to be here this morning and that he would pay me for feeding his chickens and horses. So I come this morning like he told me. I wait, but he don't come.
Jace. Yeah. Looks like Alva Briggs got called away all of a sudden. I'm going to put out an all points wanted bulletin on him right now. Checking in town, I learned that Alva Briggs had caught the Dallas bus that morning. I notified Company B. 4 hours later, Briggs was picked up at the Continental Trailways Depot in Dallas by Ranger C.B. Wade, who brought him back to Sheriff Hedges' office. After a brief talk with Ranger Wade out in the hall, I came back into the room.
I'd like to know the meaning of this, Ranger.
We'd like to know why you suddenly decided to take a trip, Mr. Briggs.
Well, I reckon that's my business.
You're wrong about that. It's our business, too. Way it looks right now, you get mad at Blake Wilkins, he turns up dead, and you leave town.
But I didn't even know about Blake being killed till that other ranger picked me up getting off the bus in Dallas.
I still want to know why you took off from your ranch this morning.
All right. Last night, Blake told me he and my daughter Callie had split up in Dallas. It come as a bad shock. So this morning, I decided to head for Dallas, see if I could locate Callie and find out what happened. Get her to come back home with me if she would.
I see. You left the Wilkins ranch about 6:30 last night.
Oh, that's right.
Where'd you go?
Home.
You stay home the rest of the night?
Yeah.
Any way of proving that, Alva?
I guess not. I live alone. Ranger, I didn't kill Blake Wilkins. Sure, I felt like it for a second or two when he told me about him and Callie, but thinking about it later, I got over it. I guess when a couple splits up, it ain't ever completely one person's fault. I didn't kill him.
If you didn't, you'll want to cooperate then.
Cooperate?
I'm asking you to postpone your trip to Dallas. I want you to keep yourself real handy until this investigation's wound up.
All right, Ranger. You'll find me at my ranch.
He's got no alibi for any part of last night, Jace.
No, he hasn't. There are a couple of things that make me doubt that he killed Blake.
What are they?
If he did kill Blake, why'd he wait till this morning to take off from his ranch?
Well...
Another thing. Alva walked out of the Wilkins ranch house right after Blake arrived. How'd he know Blake was going to be out at the shack?
Why, Blake told Judd he was going to ride over and talk to Alva. Maybe that's how Alva found out.
But we know Blake never got as far as Alva's place. Those horse tracks led right to the shack and stopped there.
See, that's right. You think Judd was lying to us, trying to make it look bad for Alva?
I don't know. Then there's the matter of motive. You find out, like Alva did, that your daughter split up with a guy and you think it's his fault. You might knock a few teeth loose over it, but as for killing him on account of it, I don't know.
Well, speaking of motive, how about Judd?
That's just what I'm going to follow up next, Sheriff. See if I can find a motive for Judd Wilkins to kill his half-brother. I checked into the background of the Wilkins family and found out about several instances of friction between the brothers. But Judd had always been envious of Blake. That started me thinking about the father's death and his will. The executor of the estate was a lawyer named Sam Farris. Sheriff and I dropped in to see him at his office.
Yes, Ranger. The will's in probate, but I'm very familiar with the terms and provisions of it.
What are they?
It's a sort of a peculiar will. I told old man Wilkins at the time he made it that it might not stand up in court. I had him change it a little, but I'm still not sure it's valid. Of course, it doesn't matter much now, Blake being dead. Incidentally, I suppose you questioned Judd about the shooting?
Yeah, I have, Mr. Farris. Why do you ask?
Because of the way the will read.
Oh? Just how does it read?
If Blake returned home of his own accord any time during the probate period, the land, the buildings, and the stock were his.
Jace?
That's very interesting, Mr. Farris. What provision was made for Judd?
He was to get 25% of the profits from the ranch, and if Blake didn't show up before the probate period was up, Judd would get the whole thing. I tried to talk old man Wilkins into setting it up as a trust fund.
Boiling it down then, Mr. Farris, if Blake came back of his own accord, the place was his, and Judd, in effect, would be working for him.
Well, that's about the size of it.
Well, Jace, that should do it, all right. We know Judd was always envious of Blake, so now up pops Blake to take the ranch away from him.
Yeah, there's our motive, all right. Mr. Ferris, you got a copy of that will?
Yes, but I'm afraid I couldn't turn over my copy to you, Ranger.
Okay, we'll look over the original at the courthouse, Sheriff. I want to study that will. We went through the will with a fine-tooth comb. When we returned to the sheriff's office, the autopsy report was lying on his desk.
What's it say, Jace?
We were all set to arrest Judd Wilkins, weren't we?
Still are all set, far as I'm concerned. Why?
Looks like there's not going to be an arrest.
What are you talking about? We just found out Judd Wilkins had plenty of motive for killing Blake.
Sheriff, all the motive in the world doesn't do us any good when the facts are against us. You still can't be in two places at once.
I don't follow you, Jace.
Look, Tom Billings told us he was with Judd at the ranch house the night of the shooting, from about 9 until 11:15.
That's right. Wait a minute. You mean that autopsy report
Blake
says...
Wilkins was killed at a shack 6 miles from the ranch house. And according to this report, the time of death was somewhere between 9 and 9:30.
Well, Jace, there goes our case against Judd, then. Right up in smoke.
Sure looks that way.
If Tom Billings was with him from about 9 till 11:15, it's a cinch Judd couldn't have killed Blake at the shack. So where does that leave us?
Right in the middle of nowhere.
What are you going to do?
Only one thing to do, Sheriff. Go right back to the beginning and start all over again. And the beginning in this case is that shack where Blake was murdered.
Jace, hanged if I see what good this is doing us. We've gone over this shack just like we did before. You had me hold my hand up again, you sighted along it to the bullet hole in the wall, and we're still no further along than we were.
I know it, Sheriff.
Only thing I can figure is that we don't have all the facts in the case yet. Maybe somebody else we don't know about shot Blake.
I think we've already got all the important facts, Sheriff. But facts are funny things. You got to put them together in the right combination to get the right answer. And I think that's where we've gone wrong.
But, Jace, I don't see what other combination there is. You've reconstructed this the only logical way it could be. We find Blake lying in front of that open doorway, a bullet hole clean through his head. We know it's line of flight after that because of the bullet hole in the roof by this back wall.
Yeah. Right over this shelf of provisions.
So where's the mistake in that?
I don't know, except there must be something wrong about... Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
Take a look at this sugar bowl, Sheriff. It was right under the bullet hole.
I don't see anything the matter with it.
Now look at the sugar inside it.
Nothing the matter with that either.
Yeah. Well, that's the point, Sheriff.
Huh?
You ever see sugar that's had a little water dropped on it?
Why, sure, it gets sort of crusty.
And stays that way.
Yeah, but I...
Remember what Tom Billings told us? That the rain stopped about 11:15? Blake was shot between 9 and 9:30.
That's right, over an hour before it stopped. Jace!
Yeah. A bullet hole over the sugar bowl would have let a few drops of rain on the sugar. But the sugar's dry. And there aren't any water stains on the shelf either.
That means that bullet hole in the roof wasn't made until after it stopped raining.
It also means we better get back to the Wilkins ranch house on the double. We headed for the ranch house. Judd was nowhere in sight, which suited me fine at the moment. We eased inside the house. I didn't find what I was looking for in the front room, so we went up into the bedroom.
What do you figure on finding up here, Jace?
I think I've already found it, Sheriff. That calendar on the wall. Looks like it's hanging mighty high.
Yeah.
Let's take a look behind it.
A bullet hole in the wall, Jace?
Yeah. I got my knife here. I'll dig around it. Yeah, it's in here, all right. Yeah. Here you are, Sheriff. The slug.
Well, I'll be.
You see? That's where Judd got the idea. He was probably standing on the stairs and shot and killed Blake right here in this room. Then he noticed that the bullet went clear through into this wall. That's why he fired a bullet through the rear of the shack, to make it look like Blake had been killed out there.
You mean all the time Tom Billings was downstairs with Judd that night, Blake's body was lying right up here in the bedroom?
That's just what I mean. Judd must have shot Blake around 9 o'clock, then called Billings over to the house right afterward as a cover.
Then after Billings left at 11:15, Judd cleaned up the room and took the body out to the shack on horseback.
Yeah. I thought those hoof marks were cut down awful deep, even for wet ground. That horse was carrying double, Judd and Blake's body. After he placed the body, he probably walked along that gravel to the gully and doubled back to the ranch on foot. He was sure trying to pull a fast one on us. He almost got away with it, too.
I reckon we got a
Hold
case.
it. I heard a door close.
Nobody down there in the living room.
Come on, Sheriff.
Reckon Judd could have come in without us hearing him?
Maybe. Take a look in the kitchen. Yeah, the kitchen's empty, too. Let's look out the back door.
There he is, Jace, running for the car shed.
Come on! Judd! Hold it! Stop where you are!
Hey, he ducks around the corner of the car shed. Corral's back there. He might be trying for a horse.
We'll see as soon as we get around this corner. Hey, take cover, Sheriff. Shot came from the bunkhouse.
Probably ducked in there to get a gun.
Judd! This won't do you any good. Come on out of there.
He's gone plumb crazy trying to shoot it out with both of us.
Judd! I'll give you just 1 minute to come out of that bunkhouse with your hands in the air.
You want me? You come in here and get me, Ranger.
I don't have to, Judd. I'm gonna send for you. I circled around the ranch house to my car in front, got something out of it, and crawled back to the sheriff.
A tear gas bomb.
Yeah. This is your last chance, Judd.
There's my answer, Ranger.
Okay. Here's mine.
Hey!
Come on, Sheriff. Let's ease up closer. He'll be coming out of that door any minute now.
Tear gas. Ranger, you...
I'll take this side of this door, Sheriff. You take the other.
I can't see. I can't see.
I'll take that gun.
Now you...
Judd.
Oh, my eyes.
Yeah, they'll clear up. You're under arrest, Judd.
I...
You had a pretty neat scheme figured out, Judd. But you got tripped up by a little bowl of sugar.
Sugar?
Yeah. I'll bet you'll hate that word sugar for the rest of your life.
You know, Sheriff, I got a strong hunch that isn't going to be very long.
Judd Wilkins was tried and convicted of the murder of his brother Blake. On the morning of June 16, 1945, in the state penitentiary at Huntsville, he was executed in the electric chair.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Lamont Johnson, Bill Johnstone, Stacey Harris, Rye Billsbury, and Wilms Herbert. This story was transcribed and adapted by Bob Reif, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Here is a special announcement. 2 weeks from tonight, that's Sunday, March 4th, Tales of the Texas Rangers will relinquish its time period for 1 week only so that you can hear a full hour-and-a-half dramatization of Shakespeare's immortal Hamlet, presented by Theater Guild on the Air. It's radio's most exciting dramatic event when John Gielgud, Pamela Brown, and Dorothy McGuire bring the pages of Hamlet to life on Theater Guild on the Air, Sunday, March 4th. But listen again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure starring Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Now the $64 question. Tomorrow hear the Boston Pops on NBC.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, king size, extra mild and soothing, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a robbery detail. 2 armed bandits hold up a restaurant in your city. The owner is slugged, beaten viciously. One of the bandits is shot. The other makes good his escape. Your job? Get him. Friends, the name Fatima has always stood for quality.
Fatimas are distinctive, with a truly different flavor and aroma.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Remember, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima continues to grow in favor among king-size cigarette smokers everywhere.
Switch to Fatima yourself today.
Ask your dealer for Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. King-size Fatima. The difference is quality.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, June 2nd. It was smoggy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. It was 7:53 a.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery detail.
Oh, good morning, Joe.
Morning, Frank. What's doing?
Not too much. How was the weekend?
Oh, it was great. I hated to come back. Sure nice up there.
Where'd you go? Same place?
Yeah, Lake Mary. You remember Don Camp House up there, don't you?
Yeah, sure.
He said to say hello. Fishing's real great up there. You ought to try and make it next month or so if you can.
Fat chance.
Why, what's the matter?
The in-laws are loose again. They're coming down for a visit. Never stay less than a month. That'll take care of my vacation.
Oh, that's too bad. Why don't you say something to the wife?
What's the use? Why start an argument?
What you mean? Well, what do we got here? Anything hot?
Yeah, this one here. Hold up and slugging. Cafe down on South Hill. Radio car boys jumped him. Shot one of them. The other one got away.
They identified yet?
Yeah, the one who was shot, Benny Ashford. Record long as your arm. Graduate from Folsom. Some of them never learn.
How about the number 2 man?
Don't know. They tried to talk to this Ashford last night. He wouldn't tell them anything. I called the hospital just before you came in. They operated on the guy 6 o'clock this morning. You're going to call as soon as he's able to talk. It's going to be a couple days at least.
Mm-hmm. How much they get?
Here's a crime report.
Thank you. You talked to the victims yet?
No, not yet.
It's a fair night's work, isn't it? $805 in cash, man's diamond signet ring, estimated value of $1,500. 17 stitches in the victim's scalp, slug with a revolver, huh? Must have meant business.
Lousy thing. They didn't have to slug him. He couldn't put up much of a fight anyway, 68 years old.
No other witnesses, huh?
No.
Just the owner, his wife, the bartender?
That's all they have listed here.
Did you phone the victims yet?
No, I was just going to when you came in. 2 phone numbers for them. They're both listed there.
Yeah, I see. Why don't you finish up with the day book here and I'll give him a call, all right?
Okay, fine.
Here, you want a pencil?
Oh, thanks.
Hello, this is Friday, Los Angeles Police Department, Central Robbery. Mr. and Mrs. Reiner there, please? Neither one of them, huh? Well, how about the bartender? Is he there? 6 o'clock, I see. No, that's all right. I got their home phone. Yeah, thank you very much. Nobody there.
Try the other number?
Yeah. Hello, is this a Reiner residence? Yeah, well, this is Friday, LAPD, Central Robbery, Los Angeles Police Department. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Reiner. Oh, I just called the restaurant trying to get a hold of you. How's Mr. Reiner this morning? I see. Mm-hmm. I wonder if it'd be possible if my partner and I could drop out and see you this morning. No, your case has been assigned to us. Yes, ma'am. Well, how about 10 o'clock? That'd be convenient for you? All right, fine. Yes, right away. Thank you very much. Bye. Oh, I got it set up, Mr. and Ms. Reiner.
Yeah.
10 o'clock this morning out at their home.
How's the old man feeling?
Oh, wife says pretty rough. He lost quite a bit of blood. Big shock for an old man.
That's too bad.
She says he's still pretty hazy, but we can talk to him. One thing he remembers pretty well, though.
Yeah?
The face of the man who slugged him. 8:20 a.m. We finished making up the day book, and then we went over to the main jail to interview 2 other robbery suspects who'd been booked in over the weekend. We completed our 510 reports on them, and then we got in the car and drove out to the Westchester district to talk to the victims of the cafe holdup the night before, Mr. and Mrs. William Reiner. 9:55 a.m. We arrived at the Reiner home, and a small, gray-haired woman answered the door and asked us in. She identified herself as Mrs. Reiner.
Come right into the living room, officers, and make yourselves to home.
All right, ma'am.
Thank you. You go ahead,
I hope you'll excuse the way the house looks. Everything's all upset. I haven't had a chance to do any picking up.
It's perfectly all right, ma'am. We understand.
I was up with my husband half the night. He had hurt him something terrible. It was almost 6 in the morning before he got to sleep. I hope this is enough to make up his mind for him.
How do you mean, Mrs. Reiner?
About selling the place. I've been after him for months to get rid of it. Business like that's for younger people. We're getting too old to keep it up. Besides, the doctor's been telling William he needs more rest, less worry.
I see. Well, how's your husband feeling now, ma'am?
Oh, not so well. He lost so much blood and his head's so sore. He's taking a nap right now. I expect he'll be awake in a few minutes. That's all right with you, isn't it, officer?
Yes, sir. It's perfectly all right. We'd like to go over the thing with you anyway. Might possibly be something that you forgot to mention to the officers last night.
Oh, well, I told them everything. I'm sure I did.
Maybe some of the details, Mrs. Reiner. Maybe some little thing that didn't seem important to you could mean a good deal to us.
Well, I don't know. I thought I told them everything. Where do you want me to start?
Well, when did you first notice the two hold-up men, Miss Reiner?
When they come out of the back room. I guess they'd been hiding there.
You noticed them earlier in the evening? I mean, were they customers in your place?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think so.
Where were they served? Was it in the restaurant or were they in the bar?
Well, there again, I'm not positive, but I think it was in the bar. I think I served them 2 bottles of beer.
You don't happen to remember what you did with those 2 bottles, do you, ma'am? Possible we may be able to lift some prints off of them.
No. The officers asked me that last night. It wouldn't do any good. You see, I was the only one who touched the bottles. We used the regular big mugs, and I poured the beer for them. Neither one of them touched the bottles.
Now, how about the man who escaped, Miss Reiner? You remember him pretty well, do you? What he looked like, I mean?
Oh, yes. Yes, he's the one who did all the talking. He's the same one who hit my husband, too.
What did he look like, ma'am? How old would you say he was?
Oh, I don't know. I think I'd say he was in his late 30s, yes.
How tall, ma'am?
Well, my husband's 5'9", and I'd say the man was 2 inches taller than him. He's huskier, too. I'd guess about 175 or 80 pounds, a very strong-looking man.
Do you remember what he was wearing, Miss Reiner?
It was a tan sports coat, I think, and green slacks, light green, and a dark brown hat.
Did you notice anything unusual about him?
I beg your pardon?
Anything outstanding about him? Anything that was different? Say a scar, a mole, tattoos, anything like that?
No, not that I could notice.
What was the first thing this man said to you and your husband, ma'am?
Well, he said it to all 3 of us, me and my husband and the bartender. That's George O'Leary. He's been with us for years. He's a good bartender. He'd only stay sober.
Yes, ma'am. What was the first thing the hold-up man said?
Well, he's the same one that hit my husband, you know. He said in a real loud voice, he said, "This is a stick-up. Get your hands up high and keep them there."
And what happened then, ma'am?
We put our hands up for George. That's the bartender, you know. Scared him so bad he dropped a full bottle of bourbon. Bonded, too. Broke all over the floor. George isn't well. That's why he drinks.
Well, what did the hold-up men do after they had you raise your hands?
Well, that one that hit my husband, he told the other man to go behind the bar and get the money. It was all spread out on the bar. William and I was just checking the register when it happened.
Let's see. Would you go on, please?
Well, after they got the register money, they put it in our bank bags, and then they went through my purse and through my husband's wallet and through George's wallet, too. They took George's last $1.50. Got $805 in all. Cash, I guess you knew that.
Yes, ma'am. What happened after that?
Jenny, where are you? Oh, will you excuse me, officers, my husband.
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
I'll just see what he wants. I think he'll be able to talk to you now.
All right, ma'am. Frank, do you remember to bring that mug book?
Yes, it's out in the car.
That's good. We can leave it here with the Reiners. Pick it up later tonight. Huh?
Okay, you want me to get it now?
No, let's wait and see how he is, huh?
Officers, would you like to come back here? Officers?
Yes, ma'am, we're coming.
Jenny, would you pull up chairs for the officers?
Oh, why, surely. Officers, this is my husband, Will.
How do you do,
Hello.
sir?
Here you are, Sergeant.
Thank you very much.
You catch the other man yet, the one who hit me?
No, sir, not yet. That's why we're out here. We know that you don't feel too well, Mr. Reiner. We'll try to keep it short.
No, I sure don't. I guess Jen told you. My head's killing me. Poor girl. I kept her up most of the night, I guess. Sure a fine nurse, Jen. She didn't get any rest at all.
Yes, sir. Well, she was just telling us about the holdup last night, sir, how it happened.
I was telling them how they got the money, Will. I didn't explain about your ring, though. Do you want to tell them?
It was the worst part of the whole thing. I'd rather have lost anything but that ring.
How's that, sir? Some kind of a keepsake?
It belonged to my dad. Diamond signet. Stone wasn't perfect, but money sure can't replace it.
Yes, sir.
I remember when Dad gave it to me. It was just a couple of days before he died. It was his ring. Been the family way back.
Which one of the hold-up men took the ring, Mr. Ryan?
The same one hit me. One got away. After they took all our money, he came over to me and said, "Give me the ring. Hand it over." I told him I couldn't get it off my finger.
What did you do then?
Slapped my face. Said if I couldn't get the ring off, he could. Said if he had to, he'd cut it off. I pleaded with him. I told him what it meant to me, but it didn't do any good.
I see.
When I didn't give him the ring right away, he brought that gun down right on top of my head. Hit me as hard as he could. I don't remember too well after that.
You think you'd recognize the man if you ever saw him again, Mr. Ryan?
I'll never forget him. I sure hope you find the ring, officer. Jen and I have been through some tough times together. I guess at one time or other we've either sold or pawned everything we owned. But we never let go of that ring. Never did. Not until last night. Isn't that right, Jen?
Yes, that's right, Will.
Well, we'll do all we can to get it back for you, Mr. Reiner. Now, about this man who got away, can you remember anything outstanding about him at all? Anything unusual?
No, I don't think so. He had mean-looking eyes. I remember that much.
Yes, sir.
Kind of the smart-aleck type, I guess. Kept twirling his gun around his hand, on his finger, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I was scared to death it was going to go off. So was George. He's our bartender. Real scared, wasn't he, Jen?
Oh, yes. George was white as a sheet.
How do you mean, Mr. Reiner, he twirled the gun around?
Oh, you know, like in the movies, cowboy pictures. Typical smart-aleck. He sure did run when the cops came, though. Only wish he was the one who got shot.
Well, you're sure you'll be able to identify this man if you see him again?
I told you I'll never forget him. Say, there's something about this I don't think I understand.
Yeah?
Why you ask me all these questions about it? How about the fella who was with that crook? Fella they shot. Why don't you talk to him? He ought to be able to tell you who his partner is.
Well, he had an emergency operation, sir, 6 o'clock this morning. His condition's still critical.
Oh, I see. Just a matter of time then, huh? I mean, when he recovers, you'll be able to talk to him. You'll find out what you want to.
Well, there's only one hit, sir. Whether he recovers or he doesn't recover.
Yes?
Either way, we can't depend on him. 11:38 a.m. After we finished interviewing the holdup victims, Frank got the mug book out of the car containing pictures of recent robbery releases from the state prisons, and we left it with Mr. and Mrs. Reiner. We instructed them that if they succeeded in identifying any one of the pictures, to take down his name and prison number and call our office immediately. We told them we'd be back later that afternoon. 11:50 a.m. We left the Reiner home and drove down to the scene of the robbery, the restaurant on South Hill. When we got there, Officer Walmsley from Latent Fingerprints was just leaving. He told us that he'd been unable to raise any legible prints at the back window where the number 2 suspect had escaped. Frank and I checked over the scene, then we headed back for the office. There were half a dozen messages for us in the book. One of them was to call State Parole Officer Fred Galloway at his office on South Broadway. Frank put in the call, and Galloway said he'd be right down. He thought he had something for us. 1:05 p.m. Galloway met us in the squad room and briefed us on some of the information that he'd received earlier that morning from one of his parolees. It concerned the wife of a former holdup man who now was wanted by Galloway for violation of parole. He told us the wife had rented a car from a U-Drive lot in Santa Monica and that supposedly the ex-con and his wife were planning to leave the city.
What's the tie, Fred? How's it figure in for us?
I was talking to Chandler this morning. He happened to mention the holdup you're working. This fellow answers the description of the one who got away.
What was that name again, the ex-con?
Ernest Morgan. Your L.A. number 178435. Folsom number is 12968. The reason I got pepped on is the thief could have hurt his leg jumping out of the back window of the bar. You figure he could have?
Yeah, easily. It's a good 35-foot drop. Why, Fred?
Well, my informant says that Ernie Morgan has a bum foot. Hurt it so bad he can hardly walk on it. Says he saw Morgan day before yesterday. His leg was all right then.
Sounds like a good one to get off the street, huh? What do you say we check his package?
Good idea. Your informant say who this Morgan's been running with, Fred?
He said he didn't know. He thinks he plays it alone, more or less.
Go ahead, Fred. You contact the U-Drive lot, Fred, and get the dope on the car?
Yeah. Didn't want to put the teletype out until I was sure. One of the fellows from our office had to make a call out that way. They're taking a mugshot of Morgan's wife out there to see if the U-Drive clerk can give him an ident on her.
She got a record?
Well, she's never done any time. Just did a couple of pinches with him. Never could make her on anything, though.
I'll pull the package.
All right, fine.
How about your victims, Joe? They any good?
Yeah, they claim they can identify the man. I don't think we'll have any trouble there. How about this informant of yours? Does he know where we can locate the Morgans?
No, not now. According to him, Morgan and his wife left town about 9 this morning. He thinks he might get a line of where they're headed, though.
Well, how come your informant knows so much about Morgan? He run with him?
No, he sold with him up at the joint.
Fred, Joe, you want to have a look?
Yeah.
Here's the package, his mugshot. Is this your Ernie Morgan, Fred?
Yeah, that's him.
Good picture?
Yeah, looks just like it.
The description, Joe. Got everything right down the line.
Yeah.
Check this right here. Habits and characteristics.
Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it?
What's that?
He likes to twirl a gun in his hand. 1:52 p.m. We placed Ernest Morgan's picture in an envelope along with 24 other mug shots, and then we put in a call to Mr. and Mrs. Reiner, told them we were coming out to see them. They told us that so far neither one of them had been able to identify any of the pictures in the mug book that we'd left with them. Fred Galloway went back to his office, and we told him we'd notify him the minute we got a positive identification. 2:25 p.m. We drove back to the Reiner home. The old man was still in bed.
Been all the way through this book of yours, officer. Couldn't find one who looked like the man, could we, Jen?
No, his picture's not in there, Sergeant. We're sure of that.
I see. Well, we've got some more of them here, folks. Like to have you look through them if you don't mind. See if you can identify one of them.
Yes, all right. Jen, would you fix this pillow back here for me, please?
Oh, yes, of course, dear. There. There you are.
Thank you. You see any picture in the book that resembled the man at all, sir?
No, I didn't. None of them. Wasn't the one who looked like him.
Well, here you are. See if any of these pictures look familiar to you.
Thank you, sir. Jen, you want to sit here by me? We can see them together.
All right, Will. Let's see now. Oh, my, look at this one, Will. Doesn't he look like a mean one?
Hey, look at this one, Jen. Look at him. Think he's a college graduate, wouldn't you?
Oh, my, yeah. Officer, this young man here, what did he do?
Let me see that, ma'am. Oh, yeah, it's Marty Lee. Hold up and murder, Miss Reiner. Shot and killed an elderly lady. She ran a candy store.
Oh, my, can you feature that? Such a clean-looking boy. Never believe, would you, Will?
Takes all kinds, I guess. Let's see now. No.
Let me see, Will. Oh, no, that's not him.
No, we've been through these already. Have you some more, officer?
No, that's all, Mr. Reiner. You sure the hold-up man's picture isn't in there?
No, sir. I looked at him all pretty carefully. I didn't see him. Did you, Jen?
No, I didn't see him. Was his picture supposed to be in here?
Well, we thought so, ma'am. Let's see. Here, how about this one? Does he look familiar to you?
Jen?
No, I don't know. Maybe not. We serve so many people every night.
Are you folks sure you'll recognize the hold-up man when you see him?
Oh, yes.
Of course, yes.
Well, just one more question here, Mr. Reiner.
Yes?
Now, are you absolutely sure this is not the man who held you up and slugged you last night?
Yes, I'm sure. That's not the man.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Because of Fatima quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, more smokers coast to coast are switching to king-size Fatimas every day.
Switch to king-size Fatimas yourself.
You'll find they're distinctive, with a truly different flavor and aroma.
You'll find Fatima gives you an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Yes, that's why Fatima continues to grow in favor among king-size cigarette smokers everywhere.
Remember, the name stands for quality.
Insist on mild and soothing king-size cigarette with the added protection of Fatima quality. Ask your dealer for the bright, sunny yellow pack. Buy king-size Fatima.
Monday, June 2nd, 2:45 p.m. After the victims, Mr. and Mrs. Reiner, failed to identify Ernest Morgan as the robbery suspect, Frank and I got in the car and drove back to the office. Neither one of us had anything to say. Just at the moment we figured that we had the suspect positively identified, the victims themselves had contradicted what we thought was definitely the answer to the case. It wasn't by any means a news story. One of the first lessons a working detective learns is to keep an open mind, regardless of how incriminating the circumstances first appear to be. The big fallacy of a detective being too sure too soon is based, for the most part, on the failure to recognize that police work means human beings dealing with human beings. So instead of going by the usual odds, the human margin for error is doubled. Frank and I didn't have too clear an idea of how or why it came about, but suddenly we found ourselves farther away from the solution of the case than before we started. 3:10 p.m.
Lousy day, huh?
Yeah, sure.
10 after 3. Feel like I haven't slept for 2 days.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Pretty hard to figure, isn't it?
Sure hope the wife did the washing today.
Why?
She won't feel much like talking. I sure don't.
Well, let's check the book, huh?
Yeah, I'll do it. A couple of phone calls, Joe. One from the hospital, prison ward.
What do they want?
Our number one suspect, Ashford, he's doing better than they figured. Be available for interview tomorrow morning.
Lucky thief, huh? Was a cop, he would have died.
Another message. It's from Galloway. Wants us to call him. It's still the Madison number?
Yeah. You want the pad?
Oh, yeah, please.
There you go.
Adult parole, please, men. Thank you. Fred Galloway, please. Smith, robbery, LAPD. Thanks. Hi, Fred. Frank Smith. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's right. He's sure about that? Uh-huh, sure doesn't figure. No, I didn't mean a thing to him, yeah. Okay. Right, thanks, Fred. It's got me, Joe.
Why, what's the matter?
Galloway got the report back from that U-Drive lot, place where Morgan's wife rented that car.
Mm-hmm.
They identified her as the woman who rented that car. She offered him a deal. She didn't want to leave a cash deposit for the car.
Well, what'd she offer?
Man's ring, diamond signet.
After we got the word from State Parole Officer Fred Galloway, we got out a broadcast and an APB, in addition to those we already had out. We requested that the rented car and the occupants be held for questioning in connection with the robbery of Reiner's Cafe the night before. If a man's diamond signet ring was found in possession of the occupants or in the car, it was to be booked as evidence. The following morning, Frank and I interviewed our number one suspect, Benny Ashford, in Ward 13,400 at General Hospital Prison Ward. Because he had the idea his partner had run out on him and taken the money with him, that he'd let him down, Ashford was in a fairly cooperative mood. After talking with him for a little more than 20 minutes, he named Ernest Morgan and identified his mugshot as his companion in the robbery of Reiner's Cafe. He also told us the holdup was Morgan's idea and that Morgan had told him the job would be a pushover. We asked him where he thought we might locate Morgan, and he told us our best bet was Las Vegas, Nevada. Supposedly, Morgan had a good friend in Las Vegas, an ex-con by the name of Harry Breen. Frank and I went back to the office where we met with Inspector Farnan and Captain Didion. At 1:30 that afternoon, according to instructions, Frank and I signed out a trip car and headed out U.S. Highway 91 for Las Vegas. We checked in at the Las Vegas Police Department a few minutes before 8:30 that night. The alleged friend of the suspect, Morgan, Harry Breen, had already been taken into custody by Las Vegas officers on the request of Captain Didion. We began questioning Breen, and he readily admitted that he was acquainted with Morgan.
All right, how long ago did you see Morgan?
I don't know, this afternoon sometime.
A lot of hours in an afternoon. When did you see him?
What are you so excited about? What did he do, commit a murder?
Well, look, Breen, how much time do you owe the state?
What's that got to do with it?
We didn't drive all the way up here just to pass the time of day with you. You know he's hot. If you want to cover for him, you can serve his time.
Look, I don't get it. I'm not his keeper. If you want him, find him.
I bet we're going to find him if we have to walk all over you to do it. When the two of you are up doing time, you can figure it out for yourselves.
The trouble with you cops, once a guy does time, you can't leave him alone. I've been leveling since I got out. I've been carrying a lunch pail every day.
All right, now look, Breen, who do you think you're giving a snow job? We've been kidded by experts. You're not giving us anything new. We didn't send Morgan up to see you. If you're so lily-white, how come Morgan got in touch with you? All right, I'll tell you. You're as bad right now as the day they locked the gate on you. You're never sorry for what you've done. You just moan because they caught you. Save that act for the jury, Breen. We're not going to buy it. Now, what about it? Where is he?
Wait a minute, huh? What are you so sore at me for? I didn't rob anybody.
Who said you did? You must have been talking to Morgan.
All right, I have. I told you I talked to him. He came around this afternoon. Now, get off my back.
What do you want?
He's hot. He wanted to cool off.
Where's he now?
I don't know. Well, look, how should I know? He came around with his wife, asked for a favor. I couldn't do it. I just got married. My wife's a square. I told her about it. She wouldn't go for it. The guy's a big crybaby anyway, trying to tell me how we ought to stick together. He's never done a favor for me.
You see the car he was driving, Breen?
Yeah, convertible coupe Packard. California plate.
How'd you notice? You got the license number?
No, he asked me where he could get some cold plates. I figured it was hot.
You get him any plates?
Look, I wouldn't know where to get them. I already told you. I've been leveling ever since I got out. There's no use kidding. I couldn't do any more time. I'm too old. One more trip and I'm through. I'm really through. I got a good wife. She works every day. I don't want to lose that.
All right, Breen. You take your choice.
What do you mean?
Who do you like the best, Morgan or your wife? What about it?
All right, you got it.
The suspect's friend, Harry Breen, went on to admit that during the conversations he'd had with Ernest Morgan that afternoon, Morgan had told him that he and his wife were going to San Francisco. There, supposedly, they would contact a man by the name of Beggar Harrison, who operated a restaurant out by Hunter's Point. He said the Morgans had told him that they planned on driving at night only to lessen the chances of the police spotting their car. We immediately got in touch with Inspector George Haig of the San Francisco Police Department and notified him of the latest developments in the case. He told us he'd read our teletypes and said that he'd placed the restaurant operated by Beggar Harrison under immediate surveillance. We told him we'd leave early the next morning for San Francisco after we'd gotten a few hours' sleep. Before we turned in, we got off a teletype to Captain Didion, bringing him up to date on what had happened and what our plans were. The next morning at 6:30, Frank and I left Las Vegas for San Francisco. A few minutes after 7 o'clock that night, we checked in at the San Francisco Hall of Justice at Washington and Kearny Streets. Inspector Haig was waiting for us. He informed us Harrison's restaurant out at Hunter's Point was still being covered, but so far, Morgan and his wife had failed to put in an appearance. Along with Inspector Haig, Frank and I drove out to the restaurant and joined the detail that had the place under surveillance. 9:05 p.m., no sign of the suspects. 10 p.m., 10:30, 11 o'clock, midnight, still no sign. We waited.
How about this fog, huh? Sure wish I brought my top coat. I'm freezing.
Yeah, if they don't show pretty soon, we're going to have to pull in closer. I can hardly see the door to the restaurant over there.
Smell that hot coffee. Sure could use a cup right now.
Look at that fog out there, Frank. Can't tell where the bay leaves off and the fog begins.
Wait a minute, Joe.
Yeah?
Car pulling up. Convertible?
Yeah. Packard. Wait till they get in the light. We can see him better.
The man getting out, heading for the restaurant.
Yeah, it looks like him. Come on.
Yeah.
Somebody else in the car. It's a woman.
Haig's got it covered. George is with him.
All right, let's hustle it. Come on.
Passing under the light. It's him, Joe.
Yeah. All right, hold it. Right where you are, police officers.
What's the matter? What do you want?
All right, hands up in front of you. Get them up high.
All right, I got him up. What's it all about? What's the trouble?
Frank, you want to shake him? Yeah. Come on, keep those hands up and stand still.
I'm standing still. Is this a shakedown or what? I haven't done anything. Nothing doing, Joe. Clean.
His hands aren't. Your right hand, mister. Let's have a look at it.
All right. Still don't get this. There, what about it?
That ring on your finger. Where'd you get that?
It's mine. Why? I had it a long time. Diamond signet, a little big for you, isn't it? Doesn't quite fit. What are you getting at? What's my ring got to do with it? Where'd you get it? Crap game. I won it in a crap game. It's down in Las Vegas. I won a gambling.
Is that right?
Yeah, a bunch of guys up in the hotel room shooting a little crap. Just a gamble I won.
Sure of that, are you?
Of course I'm sure. Just a crap game. I took a gamble I won.
No, you're half right, mister.
Yeah?
You gambled, but you didn't win.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On August 8th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 89, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, because you know what you're looking for in a king-size cigarette, all we ask you to do is compare Fatimas and then make up your own mind. You'll find Fatimas are distinctive, with a truly different flavor and aroma. You get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Smoke king-size Fatima. I'm convinced you'll agree that the difference is quality.
Ernest Harold Morgan was tried and convicted of robbery in the first degree, along with his accomplice, Benjamin Ashford. Ernest Morgan's wife was tried for conspiracy to commit robbery and found not guilty. Robbery in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary from 5 years to life.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you buy defense bonds, you help build your own future security. You also become a partner with Uncle Sam in building America's security. Buy your bond today.
Just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Vic Perrin, Virginia Gregg, Harry Bartell, Ralph Moody. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
King-size Fatima has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Calling all cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Calling all cars, attention all cars. Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Broadcast 140. Be on the lookout for man described as short, wearing dark suit, checked cap, wanted for murder. This subject is armed. Bring him in, boys. That is all. How long have you been listening to Calling All Cars? We met one man last week who had heard every broadcast for 2 years and 9 months, and he confessed he had never yet tried Rio Grande cracked gasoline. We had to congratulate him on his sales resistance, but we sympathized with him for all he's been missing. Those of you who are now regular users of Rio Grande cracked will remember how skeptical you were when you first tried this gasoline. You were convinced that all gasolines were pretty much alike, and you didn't see how Rio Grande cracked could be any different. Well, we convinced you, didn't we? It only takes about 10 gallons to prove to the driver of an old car or a new one that this gasoline gets more out of your engine. We know it's our exclusive, patented cracking process that makes the difference. But all you care about is that when Rio Grande cracked gasoline reaches your engine, it quiets right down. That throbbing vibration stops. Your motor runs smoother because cracked gasoline is scientifically balanced to burn evenly without wasting any power. Every atom is turned into power. No wonder your car speeds up. There is no waste as in ordinary uncracked gasolines. Rio Grande's scientific cracking process ensures that you get all the mileage possible out of every gallon. And we hope you'll keep a record to prove to yourself how much more economical it is. We have no fear that Rio Grande cracked gasoline will fail to pass any test of power, speed, or economy. For it has been tested by the leading cities and counties of the West, with the result that it is now specified to power more police, fire, and emergency cars than any other brand wherever it is sold. Will you follow the recommendation of these many cities and counties and start using Rio Grande cracked gasoline tomorrow? And now it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. A very safe rule to apply in life is the rule of suspicion. The proof of this observation will be found in the case you are about to hear. If the vagrant, Culver, had been sufficiently suspicious of the kindnesses of his casual acquaintance, Sam, we might not have had a murder case to solve. Unfortunately, you pay for everything you get. Whenever someone starts showering attentions and presents on you, you may be sure that you are expected to recompense them in some way. Our files are full of cases which started just as this one, with a chance meeting in Pershing Square, or a conversation begun in a dairy lunch, and ended up in murder.
Sam, I've had such a lovely time tonight.
Have you, Ethel?
Why, it was just like before we were married. Dinner at the Coconut Grove, and you treating me like you weren't my husband at all.
I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, Ethel. Well, now for a good night's sleep after our evening of mild debauchery.
Yes, I must admit I'm mighty tired. Switch on the light, will you, Sam?
There you are.
All right, folks, just be quiet and you won't get hurt.
Why, what is this?
Hold up.
Oh, Sam, give him your money.
Why, I haven't got much, but I'll give you all what I have. All right, folks, all right. Keep clear, please. Hold them back, guys.
Sure. Get back now, folks. You'll have to get back. You too, mister.
I live here. This is my apartment, and this was my wife.
Oh, I see.
You come on in here with me, mister.
All right, let's go now.
Now, how did it happen?
My wife and I had been to the Coconut Grove. We had just come into the room and turned on the light when a man stepped out of the cupboard there and held us up. I told him I didn't have much money, but I'd give him what I had. And suddenly he started shooting at my wife. I pulled out my gun and emptied it at him, and he ran away. My wife was dead by the time I got her up on the bed.
I see. Did you recognize this burglar?
No, he had a bandana over his face.
Oh, Thad, here's a man who saw the murderer escape.
Yeah? Bring him in.
Right. Come in, please, Mr. Thaler.
Yes.
Tell Lieutenant Brown what you just told me.
Well, sir, I heard the shooting as I was coming upstairs. And just as I got to the head of the stairs, a man ran down the hall and took those steps up to the roof 2 at a time.
Up to the roof, eh?
Yeah.
Well, we better take a look up there, guys. Must be still up there.
Well, you can get from this roof to the roof of the hotel next door. Say, maybe you escaped that way.
We'll make sure of that. Sergeant. Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Tell the boys down the street not to let anybody out of this building or the one next door.
Yes, sir.
And don't let anybody into this room until Lieutenant Geis and I get back.
Yes, sir.
These are the stairs down the hall, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, those are the ones. They lead to the roof.
Come on, guys.
Right.
Plenty dark up here. Flash your light around.
Not much place for anybody to hide.
There's the stairway into the building next door. Let's take a look over there.
Uh-oh. Look here, Thad.
What?
On the roof, a trail of blood.
This will be a cinch. Yep. It goes down these stairs.
Turns to the right here.
And stops at that door. Come on. Come on. Open up.
Oh, is it the cop?
You guessed it, buddy.
I figured you'd be here. What's it all about? That's what I want to know.
That's what we want to know, too. You're pretty badly shot up, aren't you?
Sorta.
How'd it happen?
Well, I went up on the roof a little while ago for a breath of air, and a guy comes running out of the penthouse next door. Runs past me and takes a shot at me. Runs down the stairs through this building. That's all I know about it.
Why didn't you report this to the police?
It only happened a few minutes ago. I'm in too much pain to do anything. I better get you to the hospital right away.
Guys, you go back next door and bring Mr. Thaler and Mr. Whitaker down to Georgia Street. I want them to have a look at this bird. Well, Doctor, what's the verdict?
I removed this slug from beneath his collarbone.
3220. Uh-huh. Anything else?
Yes, another bullet passed through his right arm, and a third pinked the flesh on his chest.
Oh, so he's been shot 3 times, eh?
Apparently.
I want a couple of people to see him. Is it all right to go in?
Well, he'll be ready in just a minute.
Good. I'll call them in. Come on in, gentlemen. You got Mr. Whitaker's gun, Geese?
Yes, here it is.
3220. Well, Mr. Whitaker, your shots took effect on our suspect. Here's a slug they just dug out of his neck.
I'm sorry it wasn't in his heart. I don't see how I failed to kill him. It was point blank.
In the habit of carrying a gun, Mr. Whitaker?
Oh, no. I just recently got this one. I'm glad I did now.
The suspect in here says his name is Jack Lane. Do you know anybody by that name, Mr. Whitaker?
No.
Do you know anybody who might have wanted to rob you?
No.
Was this fellow you saw running out of Mr. Whitaker's apartment familiar to you, Mr. Thaler?
No, I never saw him before.
You can come in now, Lieutenant.
Thanks, Doctor. Come with me, Mr. Thaler. Look closely at this fellow, Mr. Thaler. Is he the one you saw coming out of Whitaker's apartment?
Yeah, yes, he is.
Oh, you're crazy, mister.
Are you positive?
Absolutely.
All right. Would you mind asking Mr. Whitaker to come in?
Why, certainly.
Come in, Mr. Whitaker. I want you to have a look at this young man. Is he the one who held you up and shot your wife?
No.
Are you positive?
Yes, positive.
But Mr. Thaler has just identified him as the man who ran from your apartment.
I don't care what Mr. Thaler has said. I saw the murderer in bright light. I'd know him again. This isn't the man.
See? What'd I tell you? Now let me go to sleep, will you?
Okay, Jimmy. Go to sleep.
Now, if you don't want me any longer, Lieutenant, I think I'll grab a cab.
I'll have to ask you not to go back to your apartment until we've completed our investigations there.
I don't intend to. I should stay at the sanitarium of a doctor friend of mine in Alhambra.
You better leave me the address.
Why?
Well, naturally, you'll have to testify.
Testify? Where? What?
At the inquest.
Oh, Lieutenant, isn't there any way to get out of that? I'm not a well man. I've been under the doctor's care for some time now, and this thing has me so upset. I'm really
Sorry, Mr.
afraid.
Whitaker, you'll have to testify. Now, what is your address in Alhambra?
Well, it's Dr. Merritt's place on Downey Drive.
Very well, Mr. Whitaker. We'll get in touch with you when we need you.
Good night. Good night, Lieutenant Brown. Good night, Lieutenant Guy.
Good night.
Good night. There's something funny here, guys. What? Fielder identifies this boy in there as the one who ran out of the Whitaker apartment, and Mr. Whitaker claims he isn't the man.
Something funny about the boy, too.
What's that?
Look at this card I found in his pocket.
Piece to pay. What of it?
Look on the other side.
Where it's written in pencil?
Yeah.
Jimmy Culver reports to work at 8 p.m. Signed Pete.
The kid's lying about his name.
I guess we better have a talk with him.
Come on. What do you guys want now?
Now, listen, Jimmy. All we want is for you to come clean with us.
I have come clean with you. What are you talking about? You told us your name was Lane. Well, it is. How do you explain this card? I never saw it before. I found it in your coat pocket. Oh, please go away and let me get some rest.
Sure, we'll be glad to when you tell us the truth.
Okay, then. Culver's my right name. Jimmy Culver. Then why did you give us a phony? I don't know. Gosh, a guy's liable to do anything when he's gone through what I have. Being shot at and all.
Early the next morning, Lieutenants Brown and Geis visit the Crime Investigation Laboratory. Query Police Chemist Ray Pinker.
Well, Ray, have you gone through the Whitaker evidence yet?
Yes, Fab. I've got some findings that will interest you.
Let's have it.
Mr. Whitaker was armed with a .32-20, wasn't he?
Right.
Now, Culver apparently was armed with a .38.
How do you know that?
Well, we found two types of slugs on the scene, 38s and 32. Look at this 38 slug under the microscope. You notice black threads and blue threads caught in the lead?
Yeah, let's have a look, guys.
Now, look at this slug here. Notice it has blue threads and black threads on it.
Yeah, so it has.
And here's still another slug with threads on it. And look under the microscope, it looks as though it were studded with diamonds.
What's that from?
That's the slug that went through the looking glass.
Say, Pinker, these three slugs aren't all the same size.
That's just the point. According to the autopsy, Mrs. Whitaker was shot 3 times. These are the 3 bullets. 2 of them came from Culver's .38, and the third from Whitaker's .32.
What? You mean?
I mean that Mr. Whitaker shot one of the bullets that killed his wife.
Without revealing to Mr. Whitaker the extent of their investigation, Brown and Geis, accompanied by Agnes Underwood, a newspaper woman, bring Whitaker once more face to face with Culver in the General Hospital. But Whitaker is still not positive.
Well, the eyes and forehead look something like the man who did the shooting, but I can't be sure. I can't be sure of anything. I'm too upset about this whole thing.
Of course, we understand, but take your time. Look at him carefully. You don't mind, do you, Jimmy? Oh, no. Not me. I'm having a swell time. Go on. Keep looking at me like I was a damn stuffed owl. Go ahead.
Thad,
Yes, Agnes?
come on outside a minute. I want to tell you something.
Okay. What is it, Agnes?
There's something between those 2 men.
What do you mean?
When we walked into that room a few minutes ago, I saw Whitaker deliberately wink at that boy.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
That ties up with what we've already found.
I think you ought to place him under arrest.
Not yet. We'll have him followed while we work on Culver. He's the weak sister. You'll break first.
Well, I suppose you know what's best.
Yeah, and thanks for tipping me off to that, Agnes. I got a couple of angles on this case, and when they're ready, I'll break them to you first.
You're a darling, Thad. Do you mind if I use this winking business in my story right away?
No, go ahead.
Well, I got to run then. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Agnes. Thanks again. Not getting anywhere, eh?
No, Mr. Whitaker can't be sure this is the man. Of course he can't, because I ain't. I was shot at up on the roof, I tell you.
Okay, Jimmy. Take it easy. Well, Mr. Whitaker, it's too bad you can't be positive in your identification.
I'm terribly sorry. I'd give anything to be able to help you, but I can't.
Well, that's that. I don't think there's anything further we need of you.
And I'll be getting along. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Whitaker.
Oh, by the way, have they found the gun that killed my wife?
Not yet. We've hunted all over the hotel, but we haven't seen it.
I'd give 10,000 if that gun could be found and the murderer hanged for his crime. Good night.
$10,000. That's offering a pretty big reward.
He probably doesn't have it.
Follow him, guys. He knows a lot more than he's telling. I don't want to take any chance on him skipping out on us.
Okay, where'll you be?
I want to have a little talk with Jimmy here.
I'll see you later. Ain't you had enough talks with me?
No. I'm going to keep on having talks with you until you tell me the truth about this.
I've told you the truth.
No, you haven't, Jimmy.
What, are you sucking for that $10,000 reward he said he'd give?
That doesn't concern me. I've got a suspicion that he's as guilty of this murder as you are.
Huh?
Where'd you hide that 38, Jimmy? What did he wink at you for when he came in here tonight? Jimmy, Mrs. Whitaker was killed by 3 bullets. 2 of them came from your 38. The third came from Whitaker's 32. He killed his wife and he tried to kill you, Jimmy. What do you think you can gain by protecting a rat like that?
I've been shot at enough.
But not by a stranger on the roof.
Was it really his wife that was bumped off?
Yes.
There's something wrong somewhere.
What do you mean?
I've been double-crossed. I'm not a rat.
Oh, of course you're not a rat, Jimmy.
So that dame was his wife. Say, tell me this, Brown. How long has that guy lived in Los Angeles?
About 30 years.
About Oh, that dirty liar.
All right, Cover. Now it's plain you got something on your mind. Come on, let's have it.
That guy told me he was a gangster.
A gangster? He's no more a gangster than I am.
He told me that he wanted to get that dame bumped off because she was a moll from back east and she'd squealed on Babyface Nelson. He said he was connected in Chicago with some big shots.
And you fell for that.
How was I to know? It sounded on the level.
How much did he promise you for the job?
$50 and an airplane ticket to Chicago. He said he'd fix me up there.
Where did you first run into Whitaker?
Phoned him for the price of coffee and...
When?
Sometime in January. We got to be friendly. And he staked me to groom rent and some new clothes. He sent me out to buy a gun for him.
Did you?
Yeah.
Is that the gun he turned over to us?
No. He bought that one from the doorman of a nightclub.
Where's the gun you bought?
I hid it after the shooting the other night.
Where?
He told me to put it in the mattress up on the roof of the hotel. He cut a hole in it.
Now, what happened the other night?
Well, he told me he'd bring this woman to the hotel about 12:30 for me to be in the room. Left the door unlocked for me.
And did you go there?
Yeah. Yeah, I was there all right.
What happened?
Well, I came in, turned on the lights, and I stepped out and told him to hand over that dough. The woman was excited, but Whitaker didn't say much. Finally, he said, I haven't much on me, but you can have what I got. That was a signal.
Signal for what?
For me to start shooting. I did. I had the gun right on her heart. But then as soon as I started to shoot at her, he started shooting at me. That's what I can't understand.
I think I'm beginning to understand. Only he made the mistake of putting a bullet into her for good measure.
Brown goes back to the hotel and finds the gun hidden in the mattress exactly as Culver had described. Then, accompanied by R.B. Steed, night captain of the homicide squad, he drives out to the sanitarium in Alhambra, where the officers rout Mr. Whitaker out of bed.
Sorry to wake you in the middle of the night, Mr. Whitaker.
Oh, that's all right. I haven't been able to sleep much since this terrible thing happened.
This is Captain Steed, Mr. Whitaker.
How do you do?
Glad to know you, Mr. Whitaker.
There's some details we've got to clear up before the inquest tomorrow morning.
Well, I'll be glad to help all I can. I've been in a terrible daze since the other night, but my memory is slowly coming back to me now.
That's fine. Now, in the first place, Mr. Whitaker, how do you account for the fact that the man who did the shooting knew where you lived and at what time you'd be out of the room?
I haven't the faintest idea, and as far as that's concerned, the place wasn't ransacked. I didn't even look like a robbery.
Mr. Whitaker, have you ever made chance acquaintances, given people you met on the street money?
Yes, that's a great fault of mine, really. I'm much too free with my money.
Do you remember the names of any of the people you've given money to?
Well, there was Tony. Don't know his last name. Davy James. And then there was a fella named Andrews or Anderson. You know, as a matter of fact, I've got a feeling this fella in jail is that Anderson.
Wouldn't you have recognized him already?
I have a very poor memory for faces.
When did you come to this conclusion?
When I left the hospital this afternoon. I've been thinking about him, and I'm sure he's the same fellow.
Do you recognize him as the man who was in your apartment that night?
I can't be positive about that. He might have been.
There's no question about it, Mr. Whitaker. He was.
Your wife carry any insurance, Mr. Whitaker?
What's that?
Insurance. Does your wife carry any?
Yes, I believe she did.
How much?
Why, it seems to me she had one policy for $4,000 and another for $5,000.
That would be $18,000 of double indemnity for accidental death.
What's that?
Oh, nothing. Just thinking out loud. Mr. Whitaker, I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to get your clothes on and come over to the scene of the crime with us. We want to check up some things.
A half hour later, Mr. Whitaker, accompanied by the officers, enters his apartment for the first time since the murder of his wife.
Now, Mr. Whitaker, we'd like to have you show us exactly what position you, your wife, and the murderer were in at the time of the shooting. Now, suppose Lieutenant Brown is your wife. Where was she standing?
Right over there by the bed.
Take that position, will you, Thad?
Right.
Now take the position where you were standing. Where was that?
Right there. About 2 feet from where you are now.
Very well. Now you take the position of the gunman.
He stood right over here.
You're sure of that?
I'm positive.
That would be impossible, Mr. Whitaker.
Well, I know what I'm talking about.
Perhaps you do. And you're not telling us the truth.
What do you mean?
Look at the bullet holes in the wall there. There was another bullet sent into that mattress. And another bullet broke the looking glass. None of those bullets could have been fired into the body of your wife from the position you say the bandit took, or for that matter, from the position you took.
What do you mean by that?
Look for yourself. You see, it's impossible the way you describe it.
Say, wait a minute. I think I can find that gun for you.
Where is it?
Here, follow me. You see, my wife used to take sunbaths on an old mattress up here on the roof. You might have hidden the gun there. That's funny. It's been moved. Well, maybe it's over here on the other room.
That chump is certainly walking right into it, Captain.
Never sought to fail. Give him enough rope.
Yes, here it is, over here.
Yeah, there's been so many officers up here looking around, it probably wouldn't be under here.
Yes, but maybe it's in this slit.
I don't think you'll find it there, Mr. Whitaker.
No, I guess I'm wrong. It doesn't seem to be here.
It isn't, because it's in my pocket. I took it out of that slit 3 hours ago.
What?
What made you think it was here?
Well, it occurred to me it would be a good place to hide it.
You mean this is the place you arranged for Culver to hide it?
I don't know what you mean.
Culver's confessed the whole thing, Mr. Whitaker. We know all about how you employed him to bump off your wife.
That's a lie. Why, he must be out of his mind. I never did such a thing. He must be crazy, or you're crazy. I don't know. I'm all confused. Maybe I didn't hear you right. Oh, this thing has been so terrible. You didn't say just now that I tried to have my wife murdered? No. I guess I'm dazed again. Nobody could accuse me of such a thing. Me who loved her like a child.
All right, Mr. Whitaker. That act's no longer any good. You'll have to come along with us.
On the next day at the coroner's inquest, Culver testifies.
Yeah, this guy Whitaker propositioned me to kill a woman. I agreed to do it for $50 and a trip to Chicago. I didn't know it was his wife he wanted bumped. If I had, I wouldn't have done it. I was willing to do it because he told me she was a stoolie.
Whitaker, having heard the testimony, changes his story somewhat when he takes the stand.
Yes, I knew this man, Culver, by the name of Henry Anderson. I befriended him out of the goodness of my heart. I gave him money for food and for room rent. This is the way he repays me, by murdering my wife, by framing me. It's enough to shake your faith in human nature.
In the opinion of this coroner's jury, Mrs. Ethel Whitaker met her death by felonious homicide committed by James Culver or Samuel Whitaker or both. This jury recommends that they be held to answer to a charge of murder.
In spite of Whitaker's loud protestations of innocence, he is held to answer. While he remains in the Los Angeles County Jail awaiting trial, the officers continue their tireless investigation into his past. They uncover some strange things which are brought out in the trial, produce surprise witnesses, among them...
I am the dead woman's sister. My father left my sister and me $6,000. Sam Whitaker ran through it in less than a year. And then he kept my sister and me working and supporting him.
My name is John Stokes. I live in Dodge City, Kansas. Samuel Whitaker made love to my sister Ella while she was in California. She believed he meant to marry her. She turned her money over to him. When she discovered he was already married, she committed suicide.
Mrs. Whitaker was struck by 3 bullets, any one of which could have caused death.
2 of these bullets were shot from the gun admittedly belonging to Culver. The 3rd bullet was fired from the gun Mr. Whitaker admitted owning.
There must not be any doubt in the clear, sane minds of you 12 good and true citizens that the crime of murder has been here brutally committed. There is but one way you can act. There is but one decision you can make in determining the fate of this man who hired a man to murder his wife and then sought to murder the murderer in order to clear his name and receive the $18,000 of insurance money. A man so low that he double-crossed himself, so unable to depend upon his hireling that he sent one of his own bullets crashing through his wife's body. Gentlemen and ladies of the jury,
We find the defendant, Samuel Whitaker, guilty of murder in the 1st degree and recommend life imprisonment.
An unfortunate holdout among the jurors saved Samuel Whitaker from hanging for his crime. He was also found guilty of assault with a deadly weapon with intent to commit murder on the person of James Culver and received a concurrent sentence of from 1 to 10 years for that. Culver, his weak-willed accomplice, was allowed to plead guilty of 2nd-degree murder because of his willingness to turn state's evidence. His reward was 5 years to life in the state penitentiary.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, police cars of the largest cities and counties in the West are advertising Rio Grande cracked gasoline every day. When they go roaring past you with engines racing and sirens screaming, they are telling the world that Rio Grande cracked gasoline is the most powerful and speediest gasoline to answer emergency calls. In the cities of Oakland and many others in Northern California, in Los Angeles and numerous Southern California cities, in Arizona's largest county, Maricopa, the conditions under which police, fire, and emergency cars operate are entirely different. Yet all agree that Rio Grande cracked is the best gasoline they can buy. This same gasoline is offered to you every day by Rio Grande dealers in your neighborhood. Drive in tomorrow and learn the difference. Learn also about Rio Grande's free gift plan, which enables you to make some boy or girl mighty happy with a membership in Rio Grande's junior police force. It costs you nothing to give a complete junior detective 14-piece outfit to any youngster you like. Ask the Rio Grande dealer. You'll also find Sinclair Motor Oil featured in Rio Grande stations. Sinclair Motor Oils are guaranteed by one of the world's largest lubricant manufacturers. You can't buy any purer oil, for Sinclair de-waxes and de-jellies these oils to remove all impurities. That's why you can use a thinner oil when you specify Sinclair, and you get no oil drag. Your engine can speed up without danger, for Sinclair Motor Oil is guaranteed to give never-failing lubrication from the second you touch the starter up to the top speed of your car. Very few brands can equal the performance of Sinclair Motor Oils, and none can excel them. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
This is Cypher. When one woman meets another, there is a subject they'll nearly always talk about. The servant problem. Or so I'm told. Anyway, this program concerns the same question. The servant problem. There are all kinds of servants, loyal, disloyal, honest, dishonest, pleasant, and unpleasant. However, I doubt if there was ever a servant who was quite such a problem to her mistress as Kate Webster. Now, in olden times, when a servant left her employment, there was always the suspicion that she packed in her box more than she brought with her. In the case of Kate Webster, that was certainly true. For in her box, she took with her the body of her mistress. You're right. It's a case of murder. To begin our story, we will pay a visit to a world-famous exhibition which as yet has not appeared in this series of programs. I refer to Madame Tussauds and the Chamber of Horrors. Occupying the basement of the famous Madame Tussauds building off Baker Street, the Chamber of Horrors is a waxworks exhibition of some of the infamous criminals of the past. We pay our admission price, 2 and 6pence. It used to be only a shilling, but horror, like everything else, is suffering from inflation. And down we go. Off on the left as we go in is the effigy of a tall, gaunt woman dressed in the period of 1880. She wears a black coat, and round her neck is a thin fur tippet. Her black hair is drawn back severely from her stern face. Her whole appearance is grim and threatening. I'm sure if she'd come to me for a job, I would have thought twice about engaging her. And yet on that January morning in 1879, Mrs. Martha Thomas must have thought differently when she answered the door at Mayfield Cottage, Richmond, and met for the first time Kate Webster.
Good morning, ma'am. Oh, good morning. I'm Miss Webster, ma'am. Miss Loder said she told you about me. Oh, yes, that's right. I happened to mention to her that I was looking for a servant, and she mentioned your name. I forget it now. Webster. Kate Webster, ma'am. I've done some charting for Miss Loder, and I'm looking for a regular job. She told me you'd be wanting a general servant. Well, I do really need someone. Of course, I'm not sure that I'm strong, ma'am, and very willing. Well, I'm usually in the habit of making careful inquiries. Still, you say that Miss Loder sent you. That's right, ma'am. I can start right away. It's really difficult to make up my mind. You can rely on me, ma'am. Well, there'd be no harm in giving you a trial. After all, I am in rather a fix. You'd be prepared to sleep in, of course. Yes, ma'am. As a matter of fact, I brought my box with me, just outside. You must have been very sure of getting the situation. I usually get my way, ma'am. Well, you'd better bring your box inside. Is it very heavy? No, ma'am. Not very heavy. Just a few clothes. Plenty of room inside.
And so, Kate Webster went to work. Let's pause for a moment here and examine the previous history of Miss Webster. It isn't, I'm afraid, a very edifying story. Born in Ireland, she was sentenced to a term of imprisonment for thieving at an early age. When she came out of prison, she went to England and soon perfected a system of robbery which was to be her principal livelihood for some years to come. Her method was to call at boarding or lodging houses in quest for a room. If the opportunity occurred, she would steal anything she could without engaging the room. Failing that, she would take the room and then disappear, having robbed either her fellow tenants or her landlady. By the time she was 28, she was serving a sentence of 4 years penal servitude. No sooner out of prison than she was up to her old tricks, and yet with all this, she never seemed to fail to attract the confidence of innocent people. So, in 1879, we find her living at Richmond among unsuspecting friends. Her new employer, Mrs. Thomas, was regarded in the neighborhood as distinctly eccentric. She wore a good deal of jewelry and posed as being much better off than she really was. Twice married but widowed, she lived on her own until she engaged Kate Webster. And so we find these two living under one roof. Mrs. Thomas, prim, genteel, a little nervous. Kate Webster, clever, cunning, and evil.
Kate? Kate? All right, I'm coming. I can do it. What do you want? Kate, I don't want to speak to you again about the manner in which you addressed me. Kindly have a care. All right. What do you want me to do? Clean the steps. I did them yesterday, and you will do them again today. What if I don't? I think I just heard about a lot of people. Perhaps it would be good if you left at the end of the... Are you sure you know what you're doing? Why, yes, of course I do. You're sure you've made up your mind? Why, yes, Kate. That is, unless you're going to improve yourself, I don't want to be difficult.
No, Mrs. Thomas didn't want to be difficult. But there was a look in Kate Webster's eye which had terrified sterner women than Mrs. Thomas. Determined to get rid of her servant, Mrs. Thomas was terrified of offending her. Even now that Kate was under notice, Mrs. Thomas was frightened of living in the same house with her. In a matter of weeks, the servant had begun to dominate her mistress.
Well, I'm afraid you think I'm very silly, Vicar. But you are the only person I can turn to.
Now, Mrs. Thomas, I really think you are making a mountain out of a molehill. After all, what do you know against this woman?
No, nothing. I haven't any weapons, I admit, but it's just that now I've been in the same house with her for these weeks, I can't help feeling that there's something wrong with her. She's wicked.
Has she stolen something from you or done anything positively wrong?
No.
And you've given her notice?
Yes. That's because she's rude.
Oh, nothing to worry about. You can leave me at the end of the month. And what you tell me, you'll be well rid of her. Of course, she had done something wrong. It would be different, but as I said before, Mr. Thomas, a mountain out of a molehill, eh?
Yes, but I must say I'm nervous.
Have faith, Mrs. Thomas. Have faith. I'm sure you'll be quite right. And so back to Mayfield Cottage went nervous little Mrs. Thomas. The usual arrangement was for Kate to have Sunday afternoon off. And the following weekend, Mrs. Thomas went as usual to Sunday morning service. When she returned to Mayfield Cottage, Kate was out. She must have spent an afternoon drinking, for she didn't get back until late. Mrs. Thomas, who didn't like having the house left unattended, had, despite her fears, become quite impatient and annoyed when eventually Kate did return.
Oh, there you are, Kate. Where on earth have you been? No, I can't go to church until you get back. It really is too bad of you.
What's the matter with you?
I've had more than enough of your influence. I give you the afternoon off, and how do you repay me? By coming home late. And if I'm not mistaken, intoxicated.
And I've had enough of you. You silly old woman. You don't think you can tell me off? Oh, you're scared to death, and I'm right, that's so. You wonder if I don't give you what's coming to you. All right, I'm not going to touch you. I'm going to my room.
And you're going to leave in the morning. Not another night will you spend in this house. You awful person.
Now, where are you going?
To church.
When she arrived at church that evening, Mrs. Thomas's friends noticed how agitated she appeared to be. She didn't sit in her usual seat near the pulpit, but on that particular night she chose a pew close to the door. Probably her thoughts were not on what the preacher was saying.
This evening I am taking the text of my sermon, the story of the faithful servant. As Warner, it is a story of...
You tell me off. Why, you're scared to death and my slipper. The one who won't give you what's coming to you.
I am going to a park.
Now comes one of the strangest and most terrifying aspects of the case. Although Mrs. Thomas was almost paralyzed with fear, she actually went back to the house, went back to Kate, without even asking a friend to accompany her. You know the simile of the rabbit and the snake? Well, that's the only explanation I can give for her action. Perhaps Kate, when she originally came to the house, had not intended to murder Mrs. Thomas, but by the evening of that awful Sunday night, her mind was made up. Passers-by noticed that the gaslight in the hall was lit. Kate thought that a darkened house might scare Mrs. Thomas away, and by now Kate was using all her evil cunning to attract back the fly to the spider's web. So much for the crime of Kate Webster. Now let us leave the murderess and cross over to the other side of the street to learn the story of the case as it affected Scotland Yard. It is now 2 days later. Henry Winkley, a coal porter living at Mortlake, is driving his cart along the banks of the Thames. Just before reaching Barnes Bridge, he catches sight of an object lying half in and half out of the mud of the Thames.
What's the matter? Over there, sticking out of the mud. It's a trunk, ain't it? Yeah. Well, you never know. Might be something valuable washed ashore. More likely old clothes. Ah, well, I'm going to have a look. Please yourself. Waste of time, I called it. It's a box. A wooden box. Here, come on, give us an hand. All right. All right, let's pull it out of the water. Now, go on. There. Oh, well tied up. Here, lend us your knife. Go on. Open your hand. Well, come on in. I'll put it in. Now, let's have a look. Woman.
I leave the horrifying contents of the box to your imagination. The coal porter reported his discovery to the police at Barnes. At first it was thought that the box contained butcher's meat, but examination by the doctor revealed a more horrifying truth. Some of the newspapers of the day attributed the discovery to a hoax perpetrated by medical students. The police, however, thought otherwise.
The person who did this had no knowledge of an happening. The body has been roughly chopped up. No, this is no medical joke. But how in heaven's name we're going to identify the body, I don't know.
For over a fortnight, the case rested. There was no way of identifying the human remains with any degree of certainty. And then, as nearly always, the criminal made a fatal slip. Inspector Pearman, the officer in charge of Richmond Police Station, received a visit from a Mr. John Church.
Good evening, Inspector. What can I do for you, Mr. Church? Well, it's like this, Inspector. Of course, there may be nothing in this, but frankly, I felt a bit suspicious. And I thought the best thing was to go to see the police. Yes, very wise, Mr. Church. Now, let's hear your story. Well, as I expect you know, I'm the proprietor of the Rising Sun, the pub in Royal Gardens. About a week ago, two customers of mine, Mr. and Mrs. Porter and their son William, came into the saloon for a drink. They had with them a lady called Mrs. Thomas. She was rather a hard-looking woman, but quite well-spoken. Well, we got to talking of one thing and another, and this Mrs. Thomas tells me she's giving up her house and that she wants to sell the furniture. She's very nice about the whole thing, very polite indeed.
Yes, I've decided to move. You know, I won't get tired of the place. If you get a good offer for the furniture, I'd sell it tomorrow.
Well, of course, it all depends on the furniture.
If you're interested, why don't you come and have a look at it?
Hold on a minute. I haven't said I want to buy it.
Well, there's no harm in having a look, is there? Why don't you come?
Well, maybe I will. Tuesday, I went round to Mayfield Cottage in Richmond. That's her house. Nice little place. She opened the door to me and showed me around the house.
Very nice of you to come round. Come into the parlour first.
Well, thank you very much. Very nice, too.
I'm glad you like it. You see, I'm getting ready to go. I've got all the papers ready. Come into the dining room now.
What is that for, folks?
Oh, that. Mr. Thomas, my late husband.
When did he die?
Several years ago.
Natural death, I hope?
Oh, yes, most natural. What made you ask?
Oh, well, I was reading about that box they found in the Thames last week.
Those newspapers. Can't believe a word they say. Like the furniture.
Yes, very nice. Rather depends on how much you want.
We won't quibble.
Well, let's start making a list of what furniture you've got. We'll see what it amounts. So we made a list and I made her an offer for the furniture. The following Monday I went round to the cottage and together with Mrs. Thomas, we got some of the stuff loaded up to move away. I was just walking after the van when I noticed Mrs. Thomas speaking to her next door neighbour. I couldn't know her when living.
Oh, what's happened to her? Where is she? I don't know. But you must have seen her. I tell you, I don't know. Well, it's most unsatisfactory. If she's disappeared, you ought to go to the police about it. You ought to do something.
About it at the time, but that night Mrs. Thomas came down to the Rising Sun. She looked a bit excited and borrowed £1 off the missus. The following day I went round to collect the remainder of the furniture. Mrs. Thomas's next door neighbour, who had the key of the cottage, she locked the door and I couldn't get in. I told Mrs. Thomas the money, or rather the deposit, and I didn't know what to make of it. When I got back to the pub, I had a good look through the furniture I'd already collected. In the wardrobe I found a dress, and in the pocket was a letter signed by Mrs. Thomas. It was not the same handwriting as the Mrs. Thomas I knew.
Kate Webster's impersonation had failed. Inspector Pierman, the officer in charge, immediately set to work. He went round to Mayfield Cottage, the residence which Mrs. Thomas, alias Kate Webster, had so recently left.
Sergeant, come over here.
Yes, sir?
Look at this copper. It's burning something. If I'm not very much mistaken, something human.
The cottage was full of evidence that the bird had flown. Flown where? Kate Webster, who had been so ingenious in perpetrating a crime, had lost her nerve. She had gone to the one place where the police were sure to look, her home in Ireland. On the 28th of March, she was arrested there and brought back to London. Focused upon the case, the horrible circumstances on which the body had been removed from the scene of the crime attracted the attention of newspapers and the public. Whilst the case against Kate Webster was already a ponderable one, another link was added when a fresh came forward. Now you will recall how Church, the publican of the Rising Sun, had first met Kate Webster in the company of a Mr. and Mrs. Porter and her son William. This young man related how Kate Webster had used him to aid her in her flight to justice.
Some while back. We had not seen her for several years until she came round to us that Monday morning. She told us that she'd come to some money. She'd married a Mr. Thomas who was dead and had been left to herself in Richmond, together with all the furniture and everything. She said she was going to live with her parents in Scotland and wanted to sell the property. She asked Dad if she knew anybody who would be interested in buying it. Dad thought of Mr. Church. That's when we went round to see him. After we left the Rising Sun, she asked Dad if I could go home with her and give her a hand with a trunk she wanted to lift. He said all right, and so we went back together. It was a wooden box tied up with cord, and she told me that she wanted to take it to Richmond Bridge to deliver to somebody who was buying it. Oh, it's heavy, isn't it?
Well, we're fine now.
No, I didn't know it was heavy as this.
Well, isn't the father to go? We're at the bridge now.
Where are you meeting, your friend?
Just here. Bring the box over this alcove. That's it. There.
Well, shall I wait here with you?
No, you walk back. I'll catch up with you.
I don't see anybody.
Be off with you.
All right. I'll walk on down the river. Come on. It was quite dark and I was a bit nervous. But I walked to the end of the bridge and stopped there. I waited a few seconds, and then I heard... I wondered what it was. And then a few seconds later, she comes up to me.
Oh, there you are. I told you to walk on.
I was nervous.
What are you going to be nervous about?
Nothing. What's happened to the box?
I've given it to my friend, the one who's bought it.
He must have come up quickly.
Yes, he did. Now, don't stand here all night. You'll get along with you. Anyone would think you were frightened of the dark.
William Porter identified the wooden case as the box which he had helped Kate Webster to carry to the bridge. The chain of evidence was complete. On Wednesday, the 2nd of July, 1879, at the Central Criminal Court in London, she was brought to trial. But this time she put her nerve. Her defense was ingenious but unsuccessful.
Oh, is any other person in custody for the murder? You ought to be. The innocent shouldn't suffer for the guilty. I didn't kill Mrs. Thomas. It was Churchill did it. Well, Miss, I impersonated her. Ready to get her money like I'd done before. I brought Church round to the house, and it was he who killed her. He certainly helped him. I'm innocent.
But her lying tricks were not out. Church had been direct in his dealings with the police, and there was no reason to disbelieve it. Realizing that her original defense was leading nowhere, Kate changed her story once again. But by this time, the more she lied, the more her lies were apparent.
All right, I admit I helped with the murder, but it was Church who really killed her. I helped cut up the body. It was one of the sons of the victims. He's come back from the services. We killed her, then the two of us. It was an accident. I put her up the stairs and she slipped in it. It was an accident.
Lie upon lie, each contradicting the other, until at last even Kate Webster realized there was no hope. She was found guilty and sentenced to death. On the eve of her execution, she confessed to the crime, but even then the habit of lying had not entirely left her. In a signed statement, she said,
We got from church before our usual hour. Mrs. Thomas came in and went upstairs. I went up after her. And we had an argument which lasted until 12. And in the night of my anger and rage, I threw her from the top of the stairs to the down floor. She had a heavy fall. I felt that she was seriously injured, and I became agitated at what had occurred, lost all control of myself, and to prevent her screaming and getting me into trouble, I caught her by the throat, and in the struggle she was choked, and I threw her on the floor.
But if this story was true, the next-door neighbor would have heard at least some sound. No, Kate, right up to the last moment, lied and lied until she could lie no more. Well, that's the story of Kate Webster. The next time you see dust on the mantel, or you can't get anybody to scrub the front door step, don't complain of the servant problem. After all, there are worse things than having no servant at all. You might have one like Kate Webster. that's all for now, but I'll be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Clive Brooks saying goodbye and pleasant dreams. How do you do? This is...
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. Listen. The man in nondescript uniform dropping stones into that well is a mercenary soldier. More recently, a deserter. He's testing the depth of the well, the only way he knows, since a length of rope is not immediately available, and more complicated machines are as yet undiscovered. This is the year 1778, and the deserter is named James Buchanan. Next to him is his friend, another deserter whose name is William Brooks. These men are in the employ of Mrs. Bathsheba Spooner of Brookfield, Massachusetts, whose well it is. Mrs. Spooner will pay these men immediately they deposit the body of her murdered husband, right down there. And tonight, my report to you on the crime of Bathsheba Spooner, the first woman to be tried for murder in the United States.
Crime Classics, a new series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
The place is Brookfield, Massachusetts, the year 1778. Scene, the home of Joshua and Bathsheba Spooner, a large and respectable dwelling, 2 stories in height, situated on the north side of the road from Brookfield to Worcester. In the front of it, and nearly opposite on the south side of the road, are stately elms and a well. And in the living room, there's this.
What manner of woman are you, Bathsheba? There's no content in you and no happiness.
And what happiness have you given me? A life that dies quickly. Cooking and sewing. And from you, drunken sleep.
And you've not answered me. You would like to see me dead, would you not?
Listen to me, Joshua. When you returned this morning from Worcester, my heart sank in me. I'd hoped you wouldn't come back.
That I would have an accident. That in some way I would be killed.
Yes.
That you would be free then.
Yes.
To walk the town, newly widowed with a wandering eye.
Yes.
And you listen, Shrew. I am your husband, and I'm your lover, and that's the way things are.
Old man! Old man! Ezra? Ezra?
I've been waiting. Bathsheba.
Wait.
No more waiting, Bathsheba. The time I was away from you with your husband in Worcester. The thinking about you.
And there'll be more waiting. Until it's done. Until you kill him.
I tried, but I could not.
He asked me a question, my husband did. What manner of woman are you, he asked. Now I wonder. What manner of woman am I to love such as you, a youth? A boy who pretends to manhood. You without the courage to...
The poison you gave me, there was no opportunity, Bathsheba.
And a boy who lies. Opportunity. When it becomes nighttime, my husband becomes a drunkard. You know that. To empty the poison in the cup when you were with him, a simple thing like that you couldn't do.
I swear it to you, Bathsheba. He'll die.
When? Go to him now. To the tavern where he is. Empty the poison.
I threw the poison away.
With no courage.
Bathsheba.
Speak my name and bedevil yourself with it.
Just kiss me, Bathsheba.
No kisses. No secret whisperings. None of that. No more. Until my husband is dead. Laugh then. You'll see I mean it.
There's a wench, Bathsheba, at the other end of town. And she watches me when I walk by.
Then go to her.
All right.
Wait. Don't leave me.
You almost let me go.
Boy, you...
Bathsheba.
Kill him. Kill my husband.
Later.
And that was Bathsheba Spooner. You've come to know her pretty well. You've seen her hating, you've seen her loving. There's more you should know. She was the sixth child of an illustrious man, General Ruggles. The general was a man of great wealth and lived in a style of unusual luxury for that day. He kept 30 horses and had a park of 20 acres for deer and a pack of hounds for the amusement of numerous visitors. He was a man intensely loyal to the British Crown and never hid his loyalties. And so, at the outbreak of the Revolutionary War, he was forced to give up his estate and to leave the country. His married life was also pretty bad, and he and his wife did not set a good example to his children in their conjugal relations. Bathsheba sprang from that kind of a household. Her loyalist background in time of war, and the very fact of the name she had, Bathsheba, were sufficient cause for the town in which she lived to view her with alarm. But keep this in mind. Bathsheba Spooner is going to murder her husband. How? Well, let's see how time and motive and circumstance conspire to get a man violently dead. The man, Joshua Spooner. Let's pick him up and see what he's doing. It's the same evening, and since it's after dark, he's drinking. And in Brookfield, there's only one public house in which to drink, Cooley's Tavern. And that's where he is.
Oh, no, Doctor. Then what would you do? To trap General Burgoyne? Very simple. Hand me your tankard, Dr. King. Now, and here, this spoon, the line of march of Burgoyne. And your tankard and mine, 2 sections of the troops of General Washington. Now watch. And that's how we take care of General Burgoyne. Yeah. Barkeep, more ale.
Joshua Spooner talks of strategies and drinks his ale. But mark this. Near the bar, another table. 2 men in nondescript uniforms, deserters from the army of General Burgoyne. Their names, James Buchanan and William Brooks. They've made known the fact that they've deserted the enemy, so their drinks are on the house and the appreciative customers. They're having a fine time.
Drink your ale, Will. Make me a toast and I'll drink with you.
And a toast you shall get. Burgoyne is a scurvy...
Louder, Will, louder, else we'll pay for our own ale.
Aye. A toast. Aye, I'll give you a toast to that scurvy, plump-bellied Burgoyne. May he rot in the wilderness.
That is, if he don't drown coming across the St. Lawrence.
Gentlemen.
And a merry evening to you.
Joshua Spooner is my name, and it would do me proud if you would permit me
Ale is what we're drinking, sir.
Ale for the patriot!
And patriots we are, indeed, to goodness.
Oh, yes. We joined General Washington, sir, and his colonials. You should know that. And from here, we go to Worcester, where a column of Washington's hearties ale. To you, sir, and thanks to you.
My pleasure.
Willibach, your tankard is dry, and so is mine.
If you will permit me, gentlemen, it would be my pleasure. My pleasure indeed.
It would be Mr. Spooner's pleasure indeed to buy the lads more ale, as was the custom. True, it was 1778, but the etiquette was the same. Nothing too good for our boys. And the deserters in Cooley's bar were off to join our boys. As a matter of fact, it was Mr. Spooner's pleasure to direct James Buchanan and William Brooks to Worcester to become soldiers in Washington's army. It just happened that one of the landmarks that Mr. Spooner gave the lads went something like this.
Now, mark you. A file of elms and a well. And across the road from it, my house. When you pass there, you'll be leaving Brookfield, and you will know you're on your way. We'll have another ale before you leave.
You're a gentleman if I ever met one.
Oh, a true one, James, my lad. A real gent.
So they touched tankards, the deserters and Joshua Spooner, and they made tearful farewell. And the deserters left and walked the road toward where the elms were, and a house, and a well. Let's go on ahead of them. Let's get back to the lady. Bathsheba's home. Bathsheba's fixing her hair. And the youth Ezra, he's tying into it night ribbons, a lover's tender gesture. Their talk, however, is shocking.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps the best way is not to poison him.
I say shoot him.
Perhaps, in such a way as to make it appear as an accident. Will you shoot him, Ezra? Tightly with the ribbon, dear. Ezra?
I have not the courage for it.
But you know of guns and shooting. You were in the army for a year.
I marched. I shot no one. I marched upon an ambush and was wounded. Myself, I never pulled a trigger.
If not you to kill him, Ezra, then someone.
Yes. Turn from your mirror, Bathsheba, and look at me.
Oh, listen. Do you hear?
Yes. Drunkards.
Someone. Go to the window.
Drunkards. 2 of them by the moon. British deserters. I've seen them in town.
Call to them.
Bathsheba.
Call to them.
Hello! You there!
What do you want?
I'll talk to them.
A lady wants to talk to you.
A lady? At the ladies' service any time.
Let them in, Ezra.
The Bathsheba Spooner who greeted the deserters must have been quite a sight. Tall, long hair, and blue ribbons. There must have been a fire in the fireplace, and in all probability she was standing in front of it. Her manner was gracious, and she was smiling. Ezra served the liquor. All in all, it was the nicest thing that could possibly have happened to 2 fellows who had deserted General Burgoyne.
And now, gentlemen, a question.
We bow. Bow, James, my lad. Say on, my lady.
How would you gentlemen like £500 to see you on your long journey?
Mercano, 'twould warm the cockles, wouldn't it, Will?
'Twould. Does that answer you, my lady?
And what would you do for it?
There is nothing that Will and I have not done, and for less handsome payment from less handsome women.
Far less.
Kill my husband.
This lad, the one you call Ezra.
Come here, lad. The next skinny ones don't take long for twisting.
Not him. Not Ezra.
Not him, Jack.
Then who?
My husband will return from his drinking. Will you wait for him? Kill him? When he returns, meet him outside at the door and greet him. Will you?
Not only for the money, dear lady, but for the pleasure of your presence to two tired soldiers. Right, Jane?
It's the truth.
You be the master of this house?
Huh? Yeah. And you are the two...
That we be.
This one was a struggler, eh, Will?
Get the woman. And the one she calls Ezra.
Aye.
Mrs. Spooner, come see. It is done.
And a tidy job, if I say so myself, Mrs. Spooner.
And now he's dead.
What will you do with him?
There's a well across the road.
Aye. Give us a hand, James. And you, Ezra.
There. I'll walk with you.
It's a deep well.
Poor little man.
And that's how Joshua Spooner died. And that's how Bathsheba Spooner killed him. You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Later this evening, the Lux Summer Theater stars Fred McMurray in a full-hour adaptation of the romantic mystery comedy The Lady and the Tumblers, an odd triangle composed of a beautiful girl, a suitcase full of explosive letters, and a murdered man will make The Lady and the Tumblers' most unusual dramatic fare. Listen to it on most of these same stations later this evening when CBS Radio presents the Lux Summer Theater. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on the crime of Bathsheba Spooner. Listen to this. It's awful and dread, this tale that I tell. Joshua Spooner lies dead in a well in Brookfield town in 78 from 6 stout whacks across the pate. Small poem by an anonymous contributor to the Worcester Spy, the local newspaper of the day. A change of scene now. Across the road from a cold well into a warm living room. Tableau, 4 people.
Mr. Spooner was such an elegant man. What will become of his clothes in his closet and his horse?
You may have them.
Come away from the window, Bathsheba. Here, to me, close.
The stars are dancing.
You're shivering. Are you cold?
No.
Will is very weary, Widow Spooner. We'll not go on to Worcester tonight.
Then wait till morning. You can make a place for yourselves in the barn.
But the money we'll have now. And the clothes and yours.
Yes, all of it. Ezra.
Yes?
In the morning, you will go to Cooley's Tavern. Inquire of Joshua. Tell them he's not been home. Tell them I'm frantic for his welfare.
Yes.
Good night, gentlemen. A very good night.
Mr. Cooley.
Aye? Hot grog on a nippy morning, Mr. Ross?
I've been sent to inquire of Joshua Spooner.
Who sent you?
The wife of him, Bathsheba.
Did she now? And why?
Last night he did not return home, and Mrs. Spooner is frantic for his welfare.
Not home? Well, he's not here. Last night he sat right there, my lad, and discussed military strategies with the doctor. Then, to the best of my knowledge, he went home.
Dr. King. Doctor, wake up. Please, Doctor, wake up. It's important.
What is it? What?
Where is Joshua Spooner?
Where is he?
Mr. Cooley says he sat with you last night.
As he did, then left me.
He's not home.
What?
Mrs. Spooner sent me to fetch him. She's troubled that he's not returned.
But where else could he have gone if not to his wife?
We must find him, Doctor.
Yes, by all means.
Ezra did that very well, with the precise shading of alarm in his voice, the concern. A man on an errand for a troubled lady. Everybody was impressed. Mr. Cooley closed his bar. Dr. King appealed to the neighborliness of the other customers, and everybody went looking for Joshua Spooner. Immediately, they called on Mrs. Spooner, whom they found in the greatest apparent distress. Upon an examination of the premises, in the neighborhood of the doorstep, they observed the tracks of several persons on the snow. And on further search, they found Mr. Spooner. You know where. In the well. So far, only horror and suspicions. But now, let's pick up Willie and James. They haven't left Brookfield. Stupid of them, isn't it? But then you've got to examine it from their point of view. Why become soldiers in Washington's army, especially in the winter, and suffer the privations of the military, when they could be warm and rich as a civilian? So, imagine it. Two tatterdemalion deserters, suddenly elegant, in Mr. Spooner's clothes, which were somewhat tight-fitting. But elegance and tight-fitting are somehow akin. Now, there lived in Brookfield a certain wench whose name is lost in history. This much is known about her. She had an eye for tight elegance. This much is known about her, too, that she went riding with Willie and James on their newly acquired horse.
I'll help you down.
Now, James. No.
Give us a bus, dearie. That's a dearie.
Will?
Aye.
How is it we are riding Mr. Spooner's horse?
Why, dearie, we don't know a Mr. Spooner.
Aren't these Mr. Spooner's silver buckles?
No.
Aren't you wearing his clothes?
These are our clothes, dearie. Come, let's ride some more. It brings the pink to your pretty cheeks.
But the cat was out of the bag. The girl told her mother, and her mother her father. And it so happened that her father was at that moment on his way to look for the murderers of Joshua Spooner. So the father told some neighbors, and they located James and Willie, brought them all together. The two deserters, Ezra and Bathsheba. And this is what happened.
The jurors for the government and people of Massachusetts Bay in New England, upon their oath, present that William Brooks and James Buchanan and Ezra Ross in the county of Essex, not having God before their eyes, an assault did make upon Joshua Spooner, feloniously, willfully, and of their malice aforethought, on the first day of March last past, with force and arms, also by striking, beating, and kicking aforesaid Joshua Spooner, so as to inflict several mortal bruises, of which Joshua Spooner died. And that Bathsheba Spooner, widow and late wife of Joshua Spooner, being seduced by the instigation of the devil, did incite, move, abet, counsel, and procure the murder of aforesaid Joshua Spooner. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Not guilty?
Not guilty. What statement have you, Bathsheba Spooner?
I am the wife of the deceased. If what you accuse me of be true, what end could the death of my husband serve? Were there any reasons persuading, hopes inviting, or advantages arising from the death of my husband? By depriving myself of husband, I would subject myself to the burdens of a widow. If I hated my husband, as such has been said, could I not have separated from him, gone to my father or to my brothers? What foolishness is this to say I've loved Ezra Ross, when one of my station might have any gallant I please? Gentlemen, if I be guilty, I was not of sound mind.
To the Sheriff of our county of Essex, greetings. We command you that on Thursday, the 4th day of June next, between the hours of 12 and 4 of the clock in the afternoon, you cause William Brooks, James Buchanan, Ezra Ross, and Bathsheba Spooner to be conveyed from our jail, where they are now in your custody, to the usual place of execution, and there to be hanged by the neck until their bodies be dead.
The motive, the crime, and the sentence. Justice was simple. And quickly, too quickly for the 4 prisoners, the 4th day of June. This is a copy of the Worcester Spy dated that day that I have here. I'd like to read from it. It was about 2:30 of the clock in the afternoon when the 4 criminals were brought out of prison and conducted to the place of execution under a guard of 100 men. The 3 men went on foot. Mrs. Spooner was carried in a chaise, being then, as she had been for several days, exceedingly feeble. The procession was regular and solemn. Just before they reached the place of execution, one of the most terrific thunderstorms that had occurred within the memory of the oldest inhabitant darkened the heavens. There followed an awful time. The loud shouts of the officers amidst a crowd of 5,000 people, the horses pressing upon those in front, the shrieks of the women in the tumult and confusion, the malefactors slowly advancing to the fatal tree, preceded by the dismal coffins, the fierce coruscations of the lightning athwart the darkened horizon, quickly followed by loud peals of thunder, conspired together and produced a dreadful scene of horror. It seemed as if the author of nature had added such terrors to the punishment of the criminals as might soften the stoutest heart of the most obdurate and abandoned. At length, the place of execution having been reached, Ross, Buchanan, and Brooks ascended the ladder to the stage.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Ross made an audible prayer. The other 2 were engaged in silent devotions until they faced the noose. Mrs. Spooner, as she approached the tree, was seen to bow gracefully to many of the spectators with whom she had been acquainted. Then she crept up the ladder on her hands and knees. When the eyes of the malefactors were covered and all was ready, Mrs. Spooner took the sheriff by the hand. And for the first time, Bathsheba Spooner accepted the verdict of justice.
My dear sir, I am ready. In a little time, I expect to be in bliss. And but a few years must elapse when I hope I shall see you and my other friends again.
And that's the way the newspaper recorded it. This has been my report of the crime of Bathsheba Spooner, the first woman tried and executed for murder in the United States.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's Crime Classic. The National Blood Program has been made part of the Department of Defense. That's how vital a continuing growing stockpile is against emergencies of war or peace. In the warm weather months, donations fall off. In the first week of June alone, donations drop 20%. This must be offset immediately. Before you go away, please phone the Red Cross for an appointment to give a pint of blood. You'll enjoy your vacation more for having done it. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, we'll be with you at the same time, although geography and year will change. The place? Pimlico, England. The year, 1879. My report? On the shockingly peaceful passing of Thomas Edwin Bartlett, greengrocer. Thank you. Good night.
Bathsheba Spooner, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. Bathsheba Spooner was played by Mary Jane Croft. The cast included Herb Butterfield, Sam Edwards, William Johnstone, Georgia Ellis, Tudor Owen, and Ben Wright. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Gary Moore with Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. And remember, for mystery mixed with merriment, join Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Here in the grim stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a picture frame, a wicker chair, a telephone directory, all are touched by murder. A straight razor. It's a familiar object, a straight razor. Perhaps your father used one like this. Mine did. Straight, keen-edged bit of steel, beautifully sharpened and stropped to remove a man's whiskers, or perhaps...
A most efficient bit of Sheffield, isn't it, Sergeant?
Yes, Inspector. For its original purpose as well as the other. Matter of fact, I use one exactly like it every morning.
A grim sort, Sergeant. A very grim sort.
Today, that razor can be seen in the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum. In just a moment, you will hear The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. Now, The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
Yard's mausoleum of murder. Yes, here lies death. Row on row of death marked with names of killer and killed, of murderers caught and of the murdered whose murderers were never found. It's a fascinating room. And here's a steel filing cabinet. It's prosaic, and yet observe the sharp corner of this drawer. See? It's a stain. Small bits of hair. A woman fell against that drawer and struck her head. She died. A woman fell, or was she pushed? A book of jokes. Yes, funny stories. Ridiculous that this should be here. Well, perhaps not. A dying man turned down a page on which was printed an old joke about a wife. Ah, here we are. The razor. It's one of a set of 7. They used to come in wooden cases. You remember the 7 straight keen blades marked, one for each day of the week? And this one, well, it was used by a good-looking fellow of about 40 who had a way with the ladies. And no matter where, at home, in a parlor, or even in a hansom cab.
Mabel, you are the sweetest little thing.
Oh, I don't think it's proper you should talk to me like this, Mr. Wilson. After all, you are my employer.
Mabel, darling, my name is Larry. And what if you are my barmaid in my establishment? If you'll only say yes, you shall be my wife.
Mr. Wilson. Oh, Larry. Oh, but you can't mean that. A man like you would...
But apparently he did want the likes of her. To all appearances, Larry Wilson had fallen head over heels in love with Mabel Dill. Now, listen to Larry for a moment.
Mabel, little one, you've got to marry me. I can't see you waiting on the customers, drawing ale, working with me every day. I can't, and not have you for my wife.
An interesting accent, hmm? Intriguing. Certainly to a susceptible young woman, that voice and that touch of accent was attractive. And when one has been a sheltered girl in 1896, as Mabel was, well...
Father, there's a letter from Mabel.
Is there now? I should think it about time our daughter wrote to us.
Oh, my goodness.
Something wrong?
Oh, yes and no.
Ridiculous. How can a thing be wrong, yes and no?
Mabel's wanting to be married. And to her employer.
What?
Well, there it is in the letter. And a note from him, too, telling her how much he loves her.
Oh, very well if he means it. How do we know?
Oh, perhaps it would be best if we went to find out.
Excellent, Mother. Write to Mabel at once. Tell her she's to do nothing, absolutely nothing, until she's had the chance to talk with us.
Simple people, the Dills, and eager to protect their daughter's future. So off they went, bag and baggage, to the Statue Tavern. A pub, in fact, owned by Larry Wilson, where Mabel was tending bar.
My word, it's a party, isn't it?
Well, looks like a wedding party to me.
Oh, must be there's a bride somewhere. Oh, there she is. It's Mabel.
Here now, my girl. What's the meaning of this?
Oh, Dad. Oh, Dad. Oh, I'm so happy your mother got here today. Oh, Mabel, darling. Oh, didn't you get my letter? Oh, there was no letter. Oh, come along and meet my Larry. You'll be as happy with him as I will.
Not much the Dills could do about it, was there? Mr. and Mrs. Larry Wilson, proprietors of the Statue Public House, the pub. And happy over it, too, both of them. Of course, things do happen sometimes in the most well-ordered of homes.
There we are, Mrs. Wilson. I'm sure you'll be all right.
Oh, Doctor, I'm so sick. I can't keep anything in my stomach. Oh, Doctor.
She is so ill, Dr. Grant. What is it, you think?
Probably something she ate. This tonic will fix her up.
The Welsh rabbit, that's what it was. Tasted a bit funny to me. I didn't finish it, remember, Mabel?
Oh, I like rabbits so. Serves me right, I suppose, for being so greedy.
Well, you've learned your lesson, little lady. From now on, more care. Fill the prescription, Wilson, and I'll look in on it again this evening.
Right, Doctor.
Mind now, less indulgence. Strict diet.
An upset stomach, that was all, nothing serious. Except Mabel just didn't seem to get better. Mother Dill came to visit and decided to stay.
I'm staying on, Larry. You've got your pub to tend to.
I'll tend to Mabel.
Mother dear, there's nothing to be alarmed about.
I'm staying, and I'm asking Dr. Marshall to look at Mabel.
Who's he?
My family doctor. Known Mabel for 10 years.
Are you suggesting, Mother, that I'm not providing properly for my wife or giving her the best of care?
I'm not suggesting anything, Larry, except that you have to worry about so many things, and I have nothing to do but take care of my daughter.
I cannot allow it. A man's first duty is to his wife. More, I'm properly qualified. I can take care of her far better than...
Larry, I will not be put off. As for your qualifications, well, really, a barber is no doctor, even though some people permit barbers to bleed them.
Are you trying to insult me and drive me away from my wife?
The truth can be insulting, I suppose. However, from what Mr. Dill and I know, your care of your first 2 wives didn't work out so well. What with both of them dead and buried these 3 years.
There was no arguing with Mrs. Dill. Her child was suffering, and she intended to have her way, and she did. Dr. Marshall came in consultation with Dr. Grant.
It puzzles me. It does, really.
You can see my position, Marshal. I've done everything the symptoms seem to call for. Nothing helps.
Well, we'll see. Meanwhile, if we can get her to take some nourishment, the poor child's just wasting away. I've known her 10
Of course,
years.
this was 1896, remember. There are no methods yet, such as a series of gastrointestinal tests or a basic metabolism test or any other of the modern means to determine the cause of intestinal ailments. The doctors had to work by observation and an occasional chemical reaction. In the case of Mabel Dill Wilson, it was tragic indeed.
Larry. Larry. He's downstairs, darling. Mother's here.
I want Larry. Oh, it's Larry.
I'll call him, dear. Larry! Will you leave the bar and come upstairs? Larry!
Larry Wilson came upstairs, and quickly, 2 at a time, he raced up the stairs and entered his wife's room.
Is that you, Larry?
Yes, sweetheart, it is.
I waited for you, Larry. Goodbye, darling.
Mabel, darling.
You took good care of her, Mother Dill. Excellent care, I must say. Your daughter, my wife, is dead.
Oh, no.
The child bride was dead, no doubt about it. The mother's tears were matched only by the husband's angry sorrow. He faced the 2 doctors.
What did she die of, gentlemen? What?
My diagnosis is exhaustion following inflammation of the intestines.
I do not know, as yet.
You do not know. You do not know. Are you a doctor or aren't you?
I take offense at your tone, Mr. Wilson. For your information, I have refused to approve the death certificate.
What?
Dr. Grant wishes to certify cause of death. I agree that his idea of inflammation of the intestines is probably correct.
Then
but I do not know, as yet, what caused the inflammation. When I do know, I shall be glad to sign the certificate. Whatever caused the inflammation caused the death.
How do you expect to determine this?
By a post-mortem, Mr. Wilson. I shall do it myself, with Dr. Grant as a witness.
I shall not permit...
But you will permit it, Mr. Wilson, because if you don't, I shall have to report the whole matter to the police and the coroner.
The stage is set. The actors are in their place and the drama has begun, and yet there's something missing. An item of evidence, which was to provide the whole affair with by far its most horrifying aspect. It was a case of razors. Razors, which can be seen today in the Black Museum.
In just a moment, we will continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles. And now we continue with The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles.
The two doctors and the mortician took what remained of poor little Mabel to Dr. Marshall's surgery. There they did what was considered necessary and made their analysis. Shortly after, Dr. Marshall wrote out his report.
And as a result of my analysis, it is my opinion that there is definite suspicion of arsenical poisoning.
With that report and Dr. Grant's concurrence, there's nothing to be done but report the matter to the coroner and to the police.
How certain are you, Dr. Marshall, that there is a large quantity of arsenic in the body?
As certain as I can be, Inspector, without being a specialist in criminal toxicology.
Have you preserved the necessary items, Doctor? Contents of the stomach and so on?
I have. In sealed jars, initialed by both Dr. Grant and myself.
Very well. If you will deliver them to me, I will see to it that proper tests are made at once. In the meanwhile, it might be wise to have Mr.
In the meanwhile? Well, of course, there was only one thing to do. A certain pub owner had to be questioned.
Mr. Wilson? Yes? My name's Baker, Sergeant Baker. My credentials. I see. How can I help you, Sergeant? If you'll come to the station with me, sir, Inspector Waters would like to have a chat with you.
Larry Wilson went along and quietly. I let him wait a little while before the inspector was ready to see him. Not long, just a little while. The inspector had a job to assign to the sergeant first.
I have a warrant, Baker. Take a squad, go back to the statue and search it from top to bottom. Bring back anything which looks at all suspicious.
Yes, sir. Quick as you can. All right, Mr. Wilson. Inspector Waters will see you now.
Thank you, Sergeant. How do you do, Inspector?
Sit down, Mr. Wilson. Make yourself comfortable.
Two gentlemen facing each other in a quiet office. Might be a business deal. Might be a matter of life and death.
Mr. Wilson, as you may know, we are in the position of having to investigate certain details of your wife's unfortunate and untimely death.
I understand that, Inspector.
Do you have any reason to suspect foul play?
Of course not. Mabel was the sweetest, nicest, most gentle.
And quite poor, wasn't she?
I really couldn't say. I didn't check up on that. I was in love.
Yes, of course. In any case, she had no will and left no estate.
Exactly.
Unlike your first wife, whom you married while you were still a barber, and with whose estate you bought a tavern.
You're very thorough, Inspector. What you tell me is quite true.
Certainly very thorough indeed. The inspector knows a lot about you, Larry Wilson.
Your second wife, Mr. Wilson, she also left you some money. You moved over to the Statue Tavern after her death, didn't you?
Yes, that's right. Couldn't abide the old place with Belle passed on.
You are sentimental, Mr. Wilson. You left the trade of barber after the other one. What was her name?
Daisy was her name. Yes, I did leave the trade.
May I ask when you came to this country, Mr. Wilson?
In 1888. Why?
Oh, routine check. We found a record of your passport in 1890 for a trip to America. You came back within a year and, of course, it had been noted that you were not born in the British Isles.
That's right.
And then your name is not Wilson, is it?
I wasn't born Wilson. My father's name in the old country was Wilmets. I anglicized it.
An interesting idea, Mr. Wilson. You sat...
There was more, much more. 2 hours of it. When they were about finished, the inspector had a detailed life history of Mr. Larry Wilson. Of course, there were a few open areas.
1889? Do you know, Inspector, I have practically no memory of that year. I was learning my trade then, I guess. No time for the kind of events which make memories.
And then there was 1891.
I had to re-establish myself after I came back from the States. Took some time. It was in 92 I married Daisy.
And stayed married to her until she died in 94. And then married Belle, who passed along in 95. And now it's 96. And...
Well, we found one thing. Oh, excuse me. I didn't know you were still here, Mr. Wilson.
That's perfectly all right, Sergeant. I was just about to go.
What have you there, Sergeant?
A case of razors, sir.
What? But those are mine.
Yes, they are. I dare say the sergeant found them in your bathroom. He's been busy with a search warrant, you see.
Yes, I begin to see a lot of things, including the reasons behind my being kept here. Is my mother-in-law in on this?
On the contrary, she knows nothing yet. Where did you find those razors, Sergeant?
Hidden, sir. Hidden in the bin on top of a spare bedroom closet, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Very well, Inspector.
While you're on your way, Sergeant, will you escort Mr. Wilson to his room?
Of course.
What's the idea? Are you arresting me?
Not at all, Mr. Wilson. Not yet, at any rate. We're detaining you temporarily on suspicion, sir.
Suspicion of what?
I'll let you know in 24 hours, Mr. Wilson. That's the limit the law allows. After that, of course, I shall have to prepare charges of some sort, but by then the toxicologist will have reported. Won't he, Sergeant?
The inspector was puzzled. Here was a possible case involving poison, and the suspect had hidden his razors where only an unreasonably thorough search might turn them up. It didn't fit. The inspector filed the fact in the back of his mind. Turned to other things.
The toxicologist report is in, Sergeant. The girl was poisoned, all right, but not with arsenic. Her body was full of antimony. We'd better charge Wilson or he'll be out of our clutches before we know it.
So, they entered a charge against Larry Wilson.
Larry Wilson, you are under arrest on a charge of willful murder. I must warn you, anything you say may...
And then they proceeded to do a little more digging, both figuratively and literally.
I want an exhumation order, Sergeant, for the bodies of the first and second Mrs. Wilsons.
Of course they found it there, too.
The laboratory report, sir. Both the women were poisoned with antimony.
They called in Dr. Grant.
Dr. Grant, you attended all three of Mr. Wilson's wives, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you made out the death certificates in the first two instances?
I did.
And in both cases, you stated that the cause of death was exhaustion following severe retching brought on by intensive inflammation of the intestines.
I did.
But you didn't consider these facts at all suspicious?
Why should I have? I've seen many such cases.
Fatal cases?
No, not fatal.
However, with the symptoms in all the cases so remarkably alike, they were alike, weren't they?
Definitely. Oh, most definitely. Now that you mention it, Inspector, the whole thing does seem a trifle too coincidental, doesn't it?
Now it was a matter of routine. 3 women dead of the same poison. 3 women all married to the same man, all treated by the same elderly doctor. There didn't seem to be much more necessary to be done except to trace the poison to the thrice-bereaved husband. The police canvassed all the drugstores, the chemist shops in the neighborhood where Larry Wilson had owned his barber shop and his taverns.
What can I do for you, sir?
Good morning. My name is Baker. My credentials.
I see. CID. How can I help you, Sergeant?
We'd like to know if you've ever had a customer named of Wilson, Larry Wilson, one-time barber and tavern keeper.
Oh, that Wilson. Yes, of course. He used to buy the supplies here.
Did he? What, for instance?
Oh, brushes and combs, soaps as he needed them, and so on.
Did he ever buy any strong antiseptics?
Not that I remember.
Any poison for hair dye or such?
I think he once bought some tartar emetic. Yes, I'm sure of that. I remember now. He told me he was experimenting with a new type of dandruff remover. He had the idea that antimony might work very well.
Dandruff remover. Or wife remover. This was up to a jury to decide. There was small doubt what a jury would decide when the chemist showed Sergeant Baker the poison book.
I'm certain. Yes, here it is. Day and date, amount, July the 5th, 1894. Tartar emetic. Signed L. Wilson. It's almost 2 years now. I have a pretty fair memory, haven't I, Sergeant?
They had him. Bit by bit, piece by piece, the story was filled in. The saga of this man with a fascinating little accent. And the women he'd married.
Daisy Alistair, 5 years older than Wilson, owner of a small dress shop, with £350 saved painstakingly over the years.
Belle Davis, owner of a flower shop, with £275 to her credit in the merchant's bank.
And, of course, little Mabel Dill, who had nothing but sweetness and a share of good looks. 3 wives, 3 deaths, the poison. But still, the inspector was puzzled.
Can you send for me, Inspector?
Yes. Sergeant, where do those razors you found fit into this pattern?
The man was a barber, wasn't he? You do mean Wilson, don't you?
Yes. But why did he hide them?
He says he was afraid somebody would cut himself.
Nonsense, there were no children. Sergeant, I may have hit on an angle. I sent over to Criminal Records for this file. Look at it.
I see, sir. The description of this man fits Wilson perfectly. Of course, this man was seen only once.
True enough, but it's the identical coloring, height, weight, even the brief sound of his voice.
Well, it proves nothing, sir.
I know, but there's more. The cases in this file began in 88. Wilson came to Whitechapel in 88. The cases stopped in 90, when Wilson went to America. But in that year, it's noted here, there were 3 identical cases in New Jersey. They stopped in 91 when Wilson came back here.
As Dr. Grant would say, it's too remarkable a coincidence, Inspector.
Would you, Sergeant, in this room and having seen this record and knowing about those razors, hazard that Larry Wilson is Jack the Ripper?
I'd hazard it, sir. I couldn't prove it.
Neither could I, but I'm convinced all the same. Perhaps he... well, we've got him on other matters. We can hang him only once in any case.
I'd handle that razor with care, sir. It's mighty sharp.
A most efficient bit of Sheffield, isn't it, Sergeant?
Yes, Inspector. For its original purpose, as well as the other. Matter of fact, I use one exactly like it every morning.
A grim thought, Sergeant. A very grim thought.
We shall never know the full story. But most people would agree with the inspector. There was more than a reasonable chance that justice had finally caught up with Jack the Ripper. Certainly, that case of razors deserves its place of honor in the Black Museum.
Orson Welles will be back with you in just a moment. Now here in person is Orson Welles.
They were sure, but they never proved it. Larry Wilson was hanged for the death of poor little Mabel Dill, legally and technically, and for the deaths of his other 2 wives as well. There's no question. The jury deliberated exactly 10 minutes. But the additional fact remains that never again from the date of Wilson's arrest was there a murder in the technique of Jack the Ripper. Not in London, not in America. His terrible signature never appeared again on the body of any murdered woman. The case of razors remains in its customary place in Scotland Yard. And now, until we meet next time, till we meet in the same place, and I tell you another story about the Black Museum, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
The Black Museum, starring Orson Welles, is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Radio Attractions. The program is written by Ara Marion, with original music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Exciting news for Adventure Seeks culture of Brazil. You to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.